answer to the stupid question, which is which president had a swimming pool installed in the White House? I should say the first president to have a swimming pool installed at the White House. 215-263 WMMR. I'll go to Jen for the answer. Hey, Jen, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Jen. What is the answer? Who is the first president to have a swimming pool installed in the White House?
Gerald Ford.
Not according to my source. No, incorrect. And that means everybody else on hold is wrong. Remember, it's my answer that we're looking for.
Or the highway.
And exactly. So we'll see if we can get somebody else on who might have the correct answer.
The first president to install a pool in the White House.
Maybe I said that incorrectly.
Maybe that's the NyQuil talking.
Nick is looking up the answer, and
No, well, okay. So there's another answer that's not Gerald Ford.
Okay,
that's applicable.
Okay,
all right.
So
there should only be one. That would be the first. Right?
Wait a minute. I know why. I know why.
Why?
It's worded incorrectly. It says in the White House, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I said at the White House.
So
Is there an indoor pool and an outdoor pool?
There was an indoor pool in the 30s.
Oh, okay. Then that's what I'm talking about.
All right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey!
All right.
Yep.
215-263.
Your answer's the right answer.
All right. Information you can use.
In the White House.
Good answer.
Yeah.
All right. Let me get the first question, and then we'll go back to some phone calls here in just a second. Producers, did I say question? Jesus.
Whatever.
First story. Producers of Rust have called in high-profile legal to conduct an internal investigation of the events that led to the fatal shooting that took place. Deadline reports that cast and crew members received a notice on Tuesday night that read, in addition to cooperating with authorities, we hired a legal team from Jenner and Block to conduct an investigation of the events. And according to the statement, they said, we have stressed that they will have full discretion about who to interview and any conclusion they draw. Sources close to the events told the outlet that the Santa Fe Sheriff's Department wrapped up their initial investigation on the site 3 days ago, and OSHA has already been through the set. On Wednesday, Santa Fe County Sheriff Aiden Mendoza and Santa Fe District Attorney Mark Altwies had conducted joint news conference to provide updates on the investigation.
As information keeps coming out about this, it's clear there's going to be a lot of legal stuff coming down. A lot of people held accountable.
The event will begin at 9 a.m. And be live streamed on the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office Facebook page.
And one of those people could be Alec Baldwin. Not for what they're all deeming as an accidental shooting, but for relaxed standards on the set. And he's one of the producer. Yeah.
All right, so we'll see if somebody knows the answer. Which president had a swimming pool installed at the White House? And we'll go to Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Steph, what's the answer?
Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
You are correct. It was Roosevelt. Hang on, Steph. We are going to set you up with $50 in Emerald 8s scratch-off tickets from the New Jersey Lottery. You can play today because anything can happen in Jersey. Yeah, he did it in 1933.
Around when? So when he was paralyzed, around what time was that?
Well, it was used as a therapy pool, Steve, so I'm sure he'd been diagnosed with polio at that point, but he was not yet paralyzed. But I'm sure it helped him, get exercise.
Absolutely.
Yep. So it was FDR. All right, other stuff from the entertainment file. Keanu Reeves handed out Rolex watches to the 4 stuntmen who worked with him on the set of John Wick 4.
That's so cool.
And it's a standard thing. He usually gives gifts to his, I remember.
He's a good man.
The Matrix, I think he gave a Harley to each one of his stunt. Yeah,
awesome.
So TMZ reports the actor handed out brand new 2020 Submariners as filming had wrapped in Paris.
You can use these to tell time.
This weekend. Social media post from Jeremy Skills shows that the watches were engraved with the John Wick 5, along with a thank you from Reeves in the year 2021.
Caitlin Olsen recently posted a picture with her stunt double from It's Always Sunny, and I guess the girl has been working with her since the beginning. And I didn't even know that she used one, and I liked the picture. It was really nice.
How close to a resemblance?
Enough.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh my God, look at them.
Yeah, they don't look
identical.
They don't look like twins, but similar hairstyle and enough of a body similarity that she would be a good stunt double.
Yep. So he always takes care of his stunt doubles, which is cool, and stunt team altogether. The widow of Kobe Bryant has won another legal battle in her lawsuit against the Los Angeles County, or at least the whole county, this time with a court order that forces the county sheriff and fire chief to answer questions under oath about photos of her dead husband and daughter. Judge Charles Eek had granted Vanessa Bryant's request to compel the pretrial deposition testimony of Sheriff Alex Villanueva and County Fire Chief Daryl Osby, two of the top public safety officials in the nation's most populous county. Bryant is suing the county for invasion of privacy and negligence, claiming that County Sheriff's Office fire department employees improperly shared photos of human remains from a helicopter crash, of course, that killed her husband, the daughter, and 7 others in January 2020.
And that they did. There was some up on social media.
An attorney defending the county addressed the judge's ruling Tuesday in a statement, saying, while we disagree with the court's decision, we will make both the sheriff and fire chief available for deposition. As part of its defense against the lawsuit, the county also is seeking to compel Bryant to undergo a psychiatric exam as a way to show that she didn't suffer the emotional distress she claims from any sharing of photos, but rather from the tragic crash itself. So that's just their part of what they're doing.
Here we go.
Yep. Kristen Stewart told the Sunday Times that she doesn't think that she made many good movies. The Twilight actress told the outlet.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
She said, I've probably made 5 really good films out of 45 or 50 films. Ones that I go, wow, that person made a top-to-bottom beautiful piece of work.
What's that called where it's not a humble brag, but you say something bad about yourself. So
to invite compliments?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and so she doesn't get that for
No, you're right.
The interview,
Yeah.
No. You're supposed to say, yeah.
Oh, my God. No, there's many more that were bad.
She included 2014's Clouds of Silas Maria and 2016's Personal Shopper among the good films, but failed to name the others, adding, I'd have to look at my credit list, but they are few and far between.
She didn't list the Twilight movies as good.
No. Her latest film, Spencer, won't be released until November 5th, but it's already generating Oscar buzz for her portrayal of Princess Diana.
I've seen some clips. It looks like she's doing a good job.
Yeah, I think she's good.
Small role in Into the Wild, and she's really good in that.
Why is it called Spencer? What's
Diana Spencer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Spencer for hire.
Okay,
Yeah.
So wait, her maiden name was Spencer.
Yes.
That is correct.
All right, you learn things.
She worked at Spencer's before she became.
Princess Diana worked at Spencer's.
a large greeting card with a fat woman on it?
No, I'm looking for a whoopee cushion.
How about a Samantha Fox poster?
We have fuzzy handcuffs. Phil Collins will be quizzed under oath after claims that he didn't wash or brush his teeth.
Oh!
The In the Air Tonight singer will sit down for a filmed deposition in December to be grilled by his ex-wife, Orianne Bates, lawyer.
She seems kind of loony.
As part of the former couple's ongoing legal battle over their mansion in Florida, which the jewelry designer claims that she was verbally promised half of by her spouse after Judge Carlos Guzman ruled the case can go ahead. The 47-year-old's lawyer, Richard Wolff, added, I have spoken with Phil's counsel and anticipate his deposition sometime in December after his current tour. We've always been ready and willing to discuss a resolution. Orianne has warm feelings for Phil.
Yeah, you can tell.
As they have children together, and she only wants what is fair and reasonable and what Phil agreed to.
I feel bad, man. You see him, he can only sit on stage, so he can't drum at all. That's gone. Mm-hmm. And so he's kind of just hunched over doing the songs. But the voice is still there pretty much.
Collins had tried to prevent his former spouse, who married 32-year-old Tom Bates last year, from suing him for half of their former Miami Beach home. But now the case is moving forward. He must face questions from Orianne's legal team about various allegations she has previously made, including alleging the 70-year-old singer abused alcohol and prescription medication, didn't brush his teeth for months, stopped showering, and became, quote, depressed, abusive, and incapable of having sex.
Oh, boy.
And that's what she says.
Yeah.
A source said that Phil will be called to give a deposition in this case. Now, despite his efforts to stop Orianne and her lawyers, it's going to be uncomfortable for Phil because he's notoriously shy and private, but questions will be asked about his life. Orianne is adamant that she wants the world to know her truth and feels that justice would be Phil giving her half of the proceeds the house, which she insists he verbally promised when they split.
What another friggin' nightmare.
So questions about Phil's mindset, mental state, personal behavior, and acts are all potentially on the table. Certainly if her lawyer could convince a jury that Phil's mind was impacted by alleged drug and drink use, then that helps her case. So he's going to have to go into a deposition and answer all this embarrassing stuff.
No.
Yeah.
Too much.
Gwyneth Paltrow revealed on Monday that she almost died giving birth to her 17-year-old daughter, Apple.
She was 17 years old at the time?
No, her daughter is 17 now. The Goop founder told the Armchair Expert podcast, "My daughter was an emergency." That was the Goop.
That's Goop, yeah.
It was crazy. We almost died, and it was not good.
Wow.
She also added that the cesareans that she had for both children left her with a big scar. Elsewhere in the interview, Paltrow criticized social media for putting too much pressure on women to bounce back after having a baby, saying, "Thank God there wasn't Instagram when I had babies, because now it's like if I see someone, oh, I just gave birth 2 weeks ago and I have a completely washboard stomach," and I'm like, wow, that is not what I looked like.
It does have to drive you crazy. In Iron Man 3, she's in like very athletic garb, and she obviously got, toned up for that, but I didn't see any pronounced scarring or anything of that nature. And
Well, it's usually below the belt line.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
cesarean, is, so it's easy to hide.
But she didn't say why.
What?
She almost died?
Just that it was a difficult childbirth and they had to do cesarean. So she didn't go into specifics if the baby was in breech or whatever.
Yeah, I guess there's a whole bunch of things that can be problematic.
Yep. Chrissy Teigen is 100 days sober. The cookbook author told Hoda Kotb on Tuesday, "I'm so excited. I feel so good. I feel very clear-headed." She first announced that she was 4 weeks sober in December of 2020 after publicly acknowledging that she was drinking too much over the years. Casey, do some people like to throw out their numbers, when they're going through sobriety, celebrate them? And I know that there are milestones that you meet along the way.
You have milestones, and then, the further along you get, the further apart the milestones are. But usually, you go by like 30 days, and then, which is essentially a month, and then 2 months, and then 3 months, and then you wait until 6 months, and then 9 months, and then you get to the year. And, these are milestones. They're little victories, and you need to celebrate those.
Okay.
Listen, you need to celebrate every single day, and you just need to get through a day. But
what do you think about doing it publicly? Because there's sometimes inherent danger if you slip up, and then you have to own the fact that you're no longer sober, or does that even matter?
To each his own, I guess.
I guess so.
You know what I mean? Listen, mine was private.
Right.
Mine was private for a long, long time. And, only the closest people really were privy to that information. And
some people might use that as a check and balance.
Absolutely.
To make them stay on the course.
When my brother fell off temporarily, it's just for a brief, it was at the height of the pandemic. He wanted to make sure I knew that immediately, and other people knew. It is I'm going to let everyone know because it's going to reinforce my commitment, and everyone knows.
Oh my gosh, it was that recent.
Yeah, because his wife had a miscarriage, and my sister-in-law, and so that he fell off briefly, and as Casey, you would understand, he wanted to get. He said, "I wanted to get caught."
Yeah,
and so that was it, and so he just needed that interaction.
Yeah, but when I fall off, like it's embarrassing. So I don't know. Like I said, it's
to each his own.
Yeah,
each his own. However they want to do it. I remember, as a cigarette smoker. I had announced many times I'm quitting. That's it. Like today was my last day, and then the next day I'm buying a pack of cigarettes. So then I was like, I'm just gonna try and do this as privately as possible because chances are I'm gonna fail. And so you want to keep that private as well.
All right. Well, she's 100 days in, so good for her. BJ Novak, the actor, is the face of a cologne in Sweden and a paint in Uruguay. But not because he's landed a bunch of lucrative ad campaigns. The Office alum shared on his Instagram story, and he said, "Years ago, someone mistakenly put an image of me on a public domain site, and now apparently I am on products all around the world." But he added that he's too amused about it to do anything about it. He's too amused by it to do anything about it.
It might be kind of fun. Yeah, there are things that are public domain that where you can just go grab a picture. There are photo services. And I guess he's loving it.
And he doesn't really care. He just kind of finds it funny.
Well, hang on then. If it's public, can we use his?
Listen, he hasn't come after them, so he's allowing it to happen. So I guess we could.
Yeah, so I guess you would have to get it from a specific site. I don't really know. I'm not sure how it works, but nonetheless, he doesn't care. So Ryan Reynolds and our good friend Rob McElhenney finally saw their soccer team, Wrexham AFC, in action yesterday.
Nice. I was seeing pictures online.
Reynolds posted photos on Instagram with the caption, "Football is a staggering, heartbreaking, gorgeous Tommy gun of soul-deadening evil and beauty, and I'm never sleeping again, ever, ever." The two stars are currently trying to help their team rise in the rankings for a reality show titled Welcome to Wrexham. And Nick was actually touching base with Rob yesterday, I think.
He was on his way there
Yeah.
and was hanging out with Ryan. And, I mean, it's a really cool thing for all those guys.
Yep.
By the way, I watched Free Guy the other day.
What'd you think?
I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
He's in a video game, right? Is that basically it?
Yeah, essentially, I think of like a Grand Theft Auto type of a game.
Right.
Grand Theft Auto meets, and so he is a
Nell.
No. What do they call it? NPC. He's an NPC
Yep.
in the video game.
I gotcha.
And I will leave it at that.
All right. All right.
So they got to see their team finally after owning it for a while now. Let's see here. How about this story? Bill Murray just finished filming a role on Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Interesting.
I have no idea what role he's going to play. In an interview published by the German outlet Faz on Tuesday, the 71-year-old
After all, you got to play Bill Murray.
The 71-year-old actor revealed that he just finished making a Marvel movie, although he did not specifically say which one. He hinted heavily that he was pursued to join the movie by director Peyton Reed. So he could be perfect in that Ant-Man world, you know?
Well, and they're all sort of snarky, so that helps.
I know we don't really care too much about the World Series itself, but Bill Murray voiced the opening of the World Series last night, and just talking about how great baseball is, and talked a little bit about the Braves and a little bit about the Astros. But it was really cool because he's a huge baseball fan. He's a big Cubs fan, and it was cool to hear his voice, and it was delivered really well. Like, it was a happy, upbeat, kind of joking around Bill Murray.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Nice. HBO's picked up Succession for a fourth season.
Is this the final season?
Only 2 episodes into season 3. I thought I saw something about that, Steve.
Right.
And this particular story doesn't mention that, but according to Deadline, the movie is unsurprising, given the fact that the family saga drew more than 1.4 million viewers across all platforms on its premiere.
Are you guys watching it?
Marking the best launch
Not yet.
night performance.
No, I'm behind on it, but I'll catch up.
I'm many seasons behind. Is it worth the ride so far, Nick?
Yes. Yeah, it's a really well done show. If you like Billions, which is a similar vein, it's kind of like the Murdoch family,
It's like a billion?
It's like a billion. Yeah.
It's
like a billion.
It's a great show.
As far as Billions is concerned, it's a little lame, but I'm along.
I mean
for,
that lifestyle.
No, I know,
mega,
but
mega wealth.
I'm along for the ride because I'm along for the ride, and there isn't much of the ride left, so I'm gonna finish it. But
Yeah.
That's beautiful, man.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Dune is officially getting a sequel.
Yes, you got to be happy.
Legendary Entertainment shared the news on Twitter yesterday. Dune Part 2 will hit theaters October 20th.
Is it officially titled Spring Break?
No. But October 20th, 2023. For real, man?
Yeah, well,
I
remember,
guess they got to film it. you
How
know?
often this one was delayed, too.
Oh, my God. I know they pushed it back a year. And I did enjoy the movie. I started watching it again last night. I'm going to watch it again. But it's, they leave a lot out. So I'm interested to see what they're going to do.
At this pace, Preston, and I read the books you have, and I enjoyed the first movie. It is an amazingly complex story. At where this first movie ends, do you think 2 movies will get it done, or are they going to need to do 3?
I don't know. That's a good question because there's still a lot to go.
Yeah.
So, hopefully just 1 because I don't want to wait another 5 years before wrapping that up. All right, and then one last thing. A docuseries about Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi's classic characters, the Blues Brothers, is in the works. For the series, Aykroyd and Belushi's widow, along with Belushi's widow, Judith Belushi Pisano, as well as her son Lucas, will collaborate with Utopia Originals, which will produce. The Blues Brothers entered the pop zeitgeist following the 1980 release of their film. which followed Aykroyd and Belushi's Jake and Elwood Blues as they try to get their R&B group back together.
It's a fun movie.
The movie, which also featured John Candy and Carrie Fisher, was both a box office and critical success. Dan Aykroyd said last year the Blues Brothers film was selected by the Library of Congress to the National Film Registry, and being in this most worthwhile cultural preservation initiative made us realize there remains more to this story. He said, Judy and I are pleased to collaborate with Utopia Originals to produce the only authorized, optimized, socio-forensic examination of the Blues Brothers
Optimized.
and the world that created and embraces them.
Socialized. What was the last thing? The
Socio-forensic examinationized. Yeah, there it is. The yet-to-be-titled series will include as-yet unseen materials and dive into the history, music catalog, and legacy of the characters, as well as the actors behind them and the friendship that they shared.
There's a lot to cull from. I mean, just the
Yes.
music alone, you know.
Oh, my God.
And from the movie, from their time on SNL, I'm interested in this.
How old is Belushi's son?
I don't know.
I
Good
never even
question.
considered that he had a kid and that kid is an adult at this point.
According to the announcement, the series will also tackle the sensitivities of race in the music industry and reveals the mindsets, intentions, and follow-through of the creators. Yeah, it's a great movie. It's an epic. It's a big adventure that is a lot of fun with a ton of great music.
I've never seen it.
I know you haven't.
And yeah, I need to.
Dude, and we're going to Chicago today.
Yes.
And it's Chicago is like a big theme of that
Wacker
movie.
Avenue.
But yeah,
Over
Lower Wacker Drive.
Over by the Picassos.
This is definitely Lower Wacker Drive. All right, we're ready for clips. Let's get to them. Passing tells the story of two middle school friends that reunite later in life and must come to terms with their own racial identities. And in this clip, director Rebecca Hall talks about what the word passing means to her. Here we go.
Before I read this book 13 years ago, I didn't have a word for what my own grandfather did, you know, and that's partially because any stories of passing in any family are necessarily hidden and obscured, and a big component of that occurrence is that a history gets erased.
Good housekeeping.
Passing will show in limited release starting today before coming to Netflix on November 10th. Is this,
Yeah.
that's the actress?
Iron Man 3.
I had no idea she was British.
Yeah.
I had
Isn't that amazing?
no
Yeah.
idea.
Doesn't that drive you crazy?
I have only seen her, other than I think The Prestige, I've only seen her in films where she has an American
Yes.
accent.
She is
Wow.
in The
Preacher.
Town with Ben Affleck. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy that?
I did. He
Yeah.
directed it too.
She directed?
No,
Oh,
Ben
he
Affleck
directed
the
that.
sound. Yeah.
Passing will show in limited release starting today before coming to Netflix on November 10th. Here's the next clip for you. An aging inventor who also happens to be the last man on Earth constructs a robot to keep him company as he journeys across the country in Finch. And here, star Tom Hanks talks about the idea of death influences, or I guess how death influences his performance. Here we go.
In everything that you do as far as rehearsal and the shooting of the scene, this kernel of reality, truth to the character has to be evident somehow throughout it all. And working with Miguel, the director, Miguel Sapochnik on this, that was always a thing to always keep in our pocket, dare we say it.
Finch starts streaming on Apple TV Plus on November 5th. Cool.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Excellent.
I'm worried about this because I think they're going to pull like a Wilson with either the dog or the robot.
If they do, I will go absolutely
I know,
ape-ass.
I know. But you're going to get all invested in this cute dog and the robot that he builds.
No.
One of them dies.
All right.
But I'm okay with getting rid of the robot, not the dog.
Never.
I'm worried.
Never
Dogs
the
live
dog.
Enough
forever.
with the
right?
dog.
He's done it once. Tom Hanks.
Yes.
Jerk.
Oh, yeah. Turner and Hooch.
I know.
Which is
Shove
why
one of
it's
those typewriters up his ass.
inferior to Canine.
All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the entertainment report for you. So we're going to break. When we come back, we're going to reveal some information about the Camp Out for Hunger that we are excited about. The details have come together. The approvals have been met, and we will have a very cool thing for you to participate in while we do the Camp Out next week. So we'll have that and more. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment. Oh, Dancing with the Stars host Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the third or fourth episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
What is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
She must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
no.
Excuse me?
Was it dancing?
Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck, and I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally just fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So
did
you'll
they?
never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No, okay, so my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's
She
just
didn't
hanging
know?
out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
they're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude,
Your boob.
your boob is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose-ass shirt.
That is a loose-ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're...
I just got
Your boobs are hanging out! Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones I go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, there's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
Do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's
them.
like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. You've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They look like
expensive, though.
the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No,
It's a
you
gift that
can't.
keeps on giving all year.
Yes.
Wait, Steve, let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull start?
Yeah,
oh, my
yeah.
God. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Bastard's powerful.
There you go. The
Oh
automatic.
my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, guy.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
think I'm
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God,
yeah. The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, let's collab.
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the
the
Justine Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
the last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath. possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it,
He's a member of the Dark Triad.
often,
Like Cobra?
I'm gonna have to take him out.
often keep their
He's
exes.
the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desired for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
Where
we
you
have-
end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships
That's a
and
decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
Longer for you, Kath? Or?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you had to clean up right
it
after.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. The positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And
Wow.
and that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
Clear
be,
history and
there might be
Erase the history.
what's on Google News?
there might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels,
Do we have to guess which one?
and C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just
Why is Rambo here?
Just let him be
Okay,
here.
all right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra.
Rambo, that's
That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh my God! All right,
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it? 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems, so that this time around it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh
Hey,
my
man.
God.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
Yeah, he's got a helmet on.
Hang on, let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of our window here that these guys are out on scaffolding. And Casey's out there. He's outside of the studio. And I just looked over and I saw a guy's bare ass up by the window. And apparently that's Casey. And he's calling the hotline right now. Hang on a second.
I love that the other construction worker out there is really not phased at all.
Yeah, he's just going about his business. What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I was presented an opportunity to be on the other side of the glass, and I just jumped on it. Sorry. I'm mooning you, and they gave you the finger, and you flipped me off before you realized who I was.
Well, you were flipping me off.
I know. You're like, I'm just going to give this guy the finger back. Yeah. And you're like, oh, my God, that's Casey.
Yeah.
So, hi, guys.
Do we get a picture of the actual mooning? Because it was amazing, especially with the skyline behind you.
No, we missed it.
Oh, damn it.
We can recreate it. I'm sure Casey doesn't mind dropping his pants again. Case?
Yeah, I don't know how to mime. Is that what you were saying?
You know what's great on the radio?
No, we had nothing to do with miming. I was wondering if you could drop your pants again because we missed that. We didn't get a picture of it.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so
he's miming on the radio.
Would Casey mind, I think is what you said, not mind.
My mind, it's the same thing.
He started doing the fake pane of glass thing.
Is that what he thought I said?
I guess
That's
so.
adorable.
This other worker, I just love it. Casey mooned us again. He looked at him and he didn't crack a smile, nothing.
The first time, when I did it, you were still doing your traffic. He was the only one who saw me, and you just hear him go, "Are you serious?"
Yeah.
Casey, is it cold out there at all, or is it protected?
What's that?
Is it cold out there at all, or is it protected by the glass at this point?
I'm totally fine. Yeah, no, we're completely enclosed in glass. So the outer glass is it's cut off from the elements outside.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have this atrium that they're adding to the building here. Ask this construction worker what his name is.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I don't want to do this.
Hey, what's your name, by the way? Robert. That's Robert over here, guys.
Hey, Robert. We've been looking at Robert's ass for the better part of the morning, so yeah.
Hey, guys, I hate you.
I'm trying to do my goddamn job.
Seriously.
Okay. How did you get out there, by the way?
So you got to go down the third floor. Well, first I had to sign a giant waiver, and then I put a hard hat on, and then I went down to the third floor. I walked out. Had to climb up a ladder.
Oh,
really cool. Yeah,
I've been wanting to do this stuff for a while.
Hey, let me ask you this: is the fart earlier? Was that you about to go out onto the scaffolding? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Casey was faking a bathroom emergency, and he came back and said it was fart. And I was like, I thought that was a little odd.
No, because if it's Casey, you would have figured he would have crapped his pants.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I thought I was going to be out there earlier, but what I actually had to do was go through all of the legal stuff of signing my life away. But that's
Hey, let's see. A reminder: today is Wednesday, so secret text word. And excuse me, today we have a chance to win Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone on digital, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the film. So text word. Secret to 39333. We'll send you that word, ask you to call in later on with it. And we'll also grab a random texter to give that away to. We'll go live on Fox Good Day later on. Guest-wise on the show, we have one of the stars of the show, Rain, a tribute to the Beatles, which is going to be at the Miriam Theater the 29th through the 31st. So just a couple days away from that. And he's from Lansdale. Steve Landis is playing the part of John.
That's pretty cool.
Which is cool. So we'll talk to him a little bit later on. But we have an announcement to make at this point in time. Camp Out for Hunger obviously is coming up on Monday, and this year we're excited because last year we didn't really have any people in attendance, and this year we're going to have a smaller group than in years past, but nonetheless you're going to be able to come out for events and things that we're going to be doing. And we wanted to do something with one of the evenings. There's a lot going on at the complex, but on Thursday night...
Right.
Thursday, November 4th, there's no event at the Wells Fargo Center, so we're going to put our own event on, and we're excited to bring to you the Preston and Steve Food Trucks and Fireworks event. All right, so what does that mean? Food Trucks and Fireworks. It means we're going to have food trucks, and we're going to shoot off some fireworks.
Yeah!
And by fireworks, I mean we're doing a big display.
Yeah, we're not screwing around. It's not a couple of sparklers and a lighter.
I'm excited about this. So on Thursday, November 4th, from 5 to 8 p.m., you'll be able to come by We're going to have a whole bunch of food trucks that are set up there at Xfinity Live, and then we are going to have a fireworks show, which is donated by Celebration Fireworks. They design and produce fireworks displays for any event, and I mean, they do the big ones.
Yeah.
You know, they're fantastic. So it's free to attend. On-site donation to Phil Abundance is all that we ask for.
Yes.
And all of the food trucks that will be there are going to be giving a portion of the proceeds going to the Camp Out for Hunger.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Casey and Marissa, everybody's been working really, really hard. It's mainly Marissa?
Mainly Marissa. I was just the idea guy.
Okay.
And then I dropped off all the responsibilities to Marissa.
And by the way, we have a sponsor. So it's presented by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer. Live fit, live fun, live ultra, of course. And so Marissa has been handling all the details. Marissa, how many food trucks are we going to have for this event?
So we're going to have 10.
Okay.
We're trying to guess the numbers of people who are going to come out. We figure because it's the only evening that there's an event, there's going to be a lot of people, plus fireworks. Who doesn't love fireworks?
Yes.
So we remind people to come a little bit on the earlier side because if you've ever been to a food truck pop-up event, you have to, you stand in line to get to your food truck, then you have to order it and wait a few minutes for it because that's just part of the festivities of a food truck event.
Yeah.
So get there a little earlier. Don't expect to just be in and out eating in 20 minutes.
Besides, you're going to want to hang out for the fireworks.
Exactly.
Yeah, so who all are we having in the food truck lineup?
Oh, I'm so excited. I mean, Casey handed this to me. He's like, this is your world.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
here you go.
This is your world.
It is. It was actually so hard to pick and choose, and there were so many great suggestions in pretty much alphabetical order. The first one we have is Algorithm, and I wanted to tell you alphabetical order because this is a vegan food truck.
Yeah, Algorithm is awesome. They came out and did a Morris Animal Refuge and Max Fund event. Matt, the guy who owns the truck, is phenomenal. The food, it will blow your mind.
Yeah, in fact, I saw him parked in front of Eastern State Penitentiary the other day. His food is delicious. He makes Cubanos and all sorts of sandwiches and has great coffees and that he serves up. So that's number one. Number two, Preston and Casey, I did this for you guys and also so that the rest of us could finally experience it. Big Top Surfin' Sundae.
Yes! Oh! The ice cream truck in Wildwood Crest.
Which is the one that you guys can text and he comes right to your house, right?
Yes.
So I called up Frank over there, and he was so excited. They've been closed for the season, but they are opening up for one more night to do Camp Out for Hunger.
Oh, you guys are going to love it.
Jesus.
Oh, man.
I'm not going to eat starting now.
It's fantastic. It's over the top. Love it.
All right, I don't know how to pronounce this one properly. La Chinginita?
Chinginita is what it looks like.
Chinginita.
Yeah.
This is a brand new pop-up taco cart.
Ooh.
So
tacos!
it's a husband and wife team. They moved down here from New York right before the pandemic. The job that they came down here for didn't work out, so they decided to buy a food truck, and they don't even have a place that they stand. They set up, so they are making tacos. We told them that they were the only taco truck, and she literally said to me, "Oh, we're going to make a lot of food then because tacos are popular at events like this."
Whenever I go to a food truck event, I always have tacos on the brain first.
Okay.
So, yes.
All right, the next one is Munchie Machine. Their description is a Scubalicious inspired food truck that
I don't know what that means.
Like Scooby-Doo?
It's Scooby-Doo. The Munchie Machine.
Oh, like the mystery machine. I love it.
Solving munchie mysteries. So they make delicious mac and cheese, and they'll make like a chicken and a waffle cone instead of chicken and waffles.
Like a little comfort foodie type?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
That's
good.
what it looks
Very
like.
good.
Excellent.
They're right out of Delco, Casey, for you. The next one is Mashava, and they are a Israeli street food cart. This is one that got recommended to me by multiple sources.
All right.
So they serve up shawarma and falafel and hummus, which I'm sure is delicious, and I'm very excited
Did you
to
say
try
hummus?
that. Hummus.
Instead of hummus?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just having fun.
Just checking. Well, that's cool. I'd be totally down with trying out some Israeli street food.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great friends of the Preston and Steve Show, Philly Pretzel Factory.
Oh, they were awesome.
They bake those pretzels right there, and you get the hot dog pretzels and all sorts of yummy confectionaries there.
Everything should be pretzeled.
And they make them right in the truck. I didn't realize that. There's an oven right in there. Tabachoy, which is a heavy-bellied Filipino food cart that brings comfort food from the Philippines to Philadelphia.
Wow.
I never heard of that.
So I've eaten off of his cart before once. It's delicious. If you go to his website, he describes it as the food that he used to get made fun of for bringing to school, his leftovers.
Yes. Now he charges for it.
And now he gets to bring it to the rest of the Delaware Valley.
Can't say that I've ever had Filipino cuisine before, so I'm excited about that.
All right, and then we have two more other great friends of the Preston Steve Show, Wilson's Secret Sauce.
Oh, they're I mean, amazing.
Some of the best barbecue that we've all experienced. Steve, the best Impossible cheesesteak I've ever had.
Preston, right?
I love it.
It will blow your mind.
Stop eating it when they came by last time.
And it's easily, in my humble opinion, the best brisket you're going to find in all of Delaware County.
Wow. Brisket.
And then the last one is Wizzle Truck, and they describe themselves as city bred and city fed. It is a cheesesteak truck that is they're right here from Philadelphia. They have all locally sourced products and cheeses and meats, and then they try to do it a little out of the ordinary.
Okay.
So it's different. It's a brand new truck.
Good.
It's a bunch of options there.
Yeah.
If you
man.
can't find something to eat in that collection, and as I would say, try to leave some room because you're going to want to sample. Thursday night. We've never done anything like this, Preston. We've been wanting a fireworks display for the longest time, and that's been almost impossible, but not anymore.
And usually it's just kind of a, hey, come and hang out, and see what's going on at the Camp Out for Hunger. This is an official event.
Yeah, right.
I mean, besides the comedy nights that we've done, but this is everybody congregate. We got something for you to do. Get some food, get yourself settled in, and then get ready for the fireworks display from Celebration Fireworks.
And I just want to, I want to make sure everybody understands this is a free event to attend, but the food at the food trucks, you do have to pay for with the portion of those proceeds going towards Camp Out for Hunger, Phil Abundance. So but if you just want to come and hang out, and we're asking you to make a donation
Absolutely.
to Camp Out.
So and as President said a number of times,
but you don't have to if you don't want to.
Right. This is it. This is we're on our way to getting back to the big sort of thing. This is. I love the fact, Preston, that even though we're we're kind of throwing stuff at the wall to see what'll stick, this is something we've always wanted to do, and have it be a part of this iteration of the camp out is awesome.
Yep.
And it's not just food trucks and fireworks. We're doing more festivities. We're going to have like a mobile escape room, and axe throwing, and all sorts
from
of...
Bates Motel?
Exactly.
That's great.
Right there on site. There's going to be some other vendors, so there'll be other things to do. Xfinity Live will be serving beer. We'll have Mick Ultra available all across the area, so you're not just getting food and going. You're hanging out for the evening. I know I was telling my friends about this when I was planning it, and they're like, oh, great, we'll come that night. And I was like, oh, yeah, wait, this is going to be a fun party. Like, we all need to come down.
Well, the truth of the matter is also that we, we'll be taking donations, I think, up until like 8, and so, but I mean, this is going to be going on, and obviously we want to get everything done and get you fed and dazzled with the fireworks display and on your way, but it'll be, it's not a hang out till 11 thing, but it'll be really cool.
Yep. Yeah. So it'll wrap out once the fireworks are done. Then we'll be everybody will be breaking down, and we'll be moving everybody out. But Thursday, November 4th, starting at 5 p.m., goes till 8. We want you to be a part of the Preston and Steve Food Trucks and Fireworks event at the Camp Out for Hunger. So, again, Algorithm, Big Top Surfing Sunday, La Chinginita, Munchie Machine, Mashava, Philly Pretzel Factory, Tabachoy, Wilson's Secret Sauce, and Wizzle Truck with Celebration Fireworks capping the event. And it's presented by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, live, live fit, live fun, and live ultra. So, mark your calendar, and even if you're coming down earlier in the week, or if you're participating in another way, try to squeeze by for that event and hang out with us. We'd love to have you there. So, that's exciting stuff. Yeah! Got to make sure we get some good weather, and we'll be solid. So that's the only other little thing we have to worry about.
And if you know anyone that lives near the stadiums, let them know there's going to be a fireworks show on Thursday night, so they're not surprised.
Exactly. All right, with all this food chat, what do you guys
Are you
say?
kidding?
I think it's time.
Are you kidding?
No, I kid you not.
It's time for the We Just Had a Cool Announcement Connoisseur Edition.
Yeah, I got some other food stories, so it may as well be on the heels of all that food truck stuff. So we'll dive right into the connoisseur. This speaks to something Casey brought up the other day. A South Korean grocery chain hopes to solve the issue of brown bananas going to waste, and they're doing it by selling packs of the fruit at different stages of ripeness. E-Mart devised one-a-day packs of 6 bananas, ranging from ready-to-eat to still green and underripe bananas. And the goal behind the banana pack is to prevent brown bananas from going to waste. So you'll get a variety of different stages.
At different stages.
Oh,
this has got to be
when you buy
really,
them.
so this could be a lot of work. And
That's
what are
the
they going
thing.
to charge
So-
for that?
So here's the deal. Environmentally conscious shoppers fear, because it's being packaged as well, that it will require an unnecessary amount of plastic with the bananas because it's in a packaging. And bananas don't need packaging. It's one of the few things in the produce section that I don't put in a bag.
Yeah.
You just put the bananas right in the basket.
It's got its own cover.
They got their own peel.
You're not going to lick the peel.
So I told you guys about this not that long ago, but they do something similar with avocados. Not the range of when they're going to be ripe, but they sell them as you can eat them in 2 to 3 days. You can eat them today, or you can eat them a week from now. It was the first time I had seen that, but it was separate bins in the produce section, and you chose when you wanted to eat your avocado, and that's what you bought.
If I were to get these bananas, this type with the varying stages of ripeness, I would literally write on the banana, you're like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Monday, Tuesday, banana day.
And by the way, bananas, you can kind of, if you take your nail and you can write on them and it will bruise a little message on there if you want to.
You are the banana maestro.
Do what I can. Carpe banana.
Yeah,
man.
carpe banana.
That's right.
By the way, that shirt is for sale. The MMR Rock Shop, the Preston Steve Carpe
That's
banana
right.
shirt. I'll be surprised if anybody buys that at all.
No, you'd be surprised.
We're going to see that shirt in like a year.
Yeah.
We're like, wait, what was
was
that
that
about?
about?
Somebody please.
No, I bet you somebody has it on at camp out.
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
That's
surprised.
my guess.
Somebody had a Saint shirt on
Yes!
at the
At the
barbecue.
at the
MMR
MMR
barbecue.
barbecue. My band, my old band.
That was so great.
My 10-month band that I was in.
When you can spot swag from a 10-month band,
Yeah.
you're doing something right.
Well, here's the deal. They don't have to package it, right? Like they could, essentially, put
Throw
them
it at you?
Well, they could throw it at you, but I need to see the picture of what I don't know if it was 5 bananas or 6 or whatever, but they don't have to package
There's 1
it.
banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4.
right?
5
All right.
banana, 6 banana, 7 banana.
More. Yeah, that's
All right,
it.
so it
La,
looks like
la, la.
there are 6 bananas. They can just bunch those 6 bananas into like separate containers or buckets, or they don't have to, so that
Where's
way
my
they-
bucket of bananas?
Well, that way they can make everybody happy, Steve.
No, I know,
Yeah,
just
but
say,
there's still packaging that goes along with it in some way, shape, or form.
So what Preston is saying,
Keep
No,
them
what I'm
together.
saying is not necessarily packaging it, but presenting it, in buckets or you know what I mean. So
where
you just
go
pick
and you
one
and
banana?
choose.
no,
I
no.
know
I
what
was
you're
saying,
saying then.
I was saying all 6 bananas go in one individual bucket,
Right.
and then you purchase all 6 of those bananas.
You take them out of said bucket.
You take them out
put
of
it
said
into
bucket,
your
put
container.
into your container, your cart, or whatever.
But you're going to need to maybe put them in a bag or something like that because they're all.
Well, then
flopping
that's
around
all
and
on
stuff.
you as the
Okay.
consumer,
wait a
the
second.
shopper.
All right,
yeah.
Also, the people are not going to do that.
They're not.
They're going to
They're
mess
not.
it all up. Wait, I
Yeah.
saw somebody at the grocery store the other day. She annoyed me so much that I wanted to go over and say something to her. I could not believe what
tell.
she was doing. So she was deciding which grapes to buy. Okay, and I saw her. She was with her son and what I believe was her father. It was an older man, and
pick
she
your goddamn grapes.
wait. She was going through the grape packaging, right? Taking like part of the vine out
right.
and putting it in another package. And she didn't want the
No.
she didn't
Yeah.
want the hold on, wait, she didn't want the more full package. She wanted less grapes. So I'm not kidding you, she had about 5 grapes in her package. I was like, what the frig is she doing?
So she was
Wait, then I saw
Frankensteining
her-
together like a perfect bunch of grapes.
Yeah, and then she went back and took more out of her thing and like kind of just threw it on the other grapes. I'm not kidding you. She had the teeniest amount of grapes. I'm like, what is she doing?
So-
And mind you, she's putting her hands all over all of the grapes.
Right.
And in
May I
COVID
ask
world,
you a
just
question, whore?
yeah, like in COVID world, just pick a
Yeah.
package
Yeah.
of grapes and take it.
So, by the way, you pay for grapes by weight, correct?
Yes.
Not
Right.
per package. So that's what she's doing a little bit of that, I guess. But yeah, don't put your hands all over that
Although,
stuff.
like, I mean, how much?
And
are
just
the
grab a
damn
bag
grapes?
and go.
Just take
And
the
grapes,
bag.
listen, sometimes you get a bad batch of grapes. It happens. You get them home, they look nice, and you're like, oh, these don't taste as
These
good
aren't
as they
the
could.
best.
It sucks, I know.
Aristotle said that.
Will you sample a grape at the store? I do sometimes.
I mean, I will
haven't.
like
After hearing
pre-COVID
this,
maybe.
yeah.
I feel bad about it, but sometimes I do because if I taste one and they're really sour, I'm like, I'm not buying
Yeah,
those.
yeah.
Because I'm not going to eat them at home.
I'll
And
cook
I
up
eat
some-
grapes quite a bit, so I do
love
buy them.
grapes.
Is that the only thing you sample at the refrigerator?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There's nothing else at the store in
I'll try
produce.
the chicken.
I will do the chicken. yeah.
the meat.
Yeah.
So wait,
This seems raw. But now I
like-
have to make boom boom.
if you are sampling the grapes, then you're taking the weight off of it.
It's
So-
one grape. He's taking like
I
0.001
know.
cents.
But I've
from
heard
We
it.
have a situation up here. There are 47 grapes. One is missing.
There's a point I was trying to make. Some people will shop and eat the grapes at the same time.
I hate
and they'll-
that.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah, you can't. Now that's not cool.
That's not cool, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like when
Stealing.
people, I've seen people do it. They go in and they'll open up a bag of something
Yeah.
and they'll put it and they'll be eating chips. It's like, you haven't technically purchased those.
Right. Yeah.
You've just established intent. You don't own those now.
But that doesn't bother me. If you're going to go up and you're going to take the empty bag and you're going to scan it, so what? Maybe the person was starving. They needed something to eat.
But if it was weighed, then that's a different story.
Also, I'm not eating the grapes at the grocery store because they are not cleaned yet.
They haven't been washed yet.
I was going to hold back and not say
I can
it,
see
but
that.
Will you drink the milk out of the cartons?
yes, I usually do that.
All right. So, apples. Everybody picks up an apple, and and so you put it back because I feel like I feel a little bad. Like I hope nobody's watching me like pick these apples up and squeeze them and then put them
That's
back.
okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's just part of produce.
Part of life, man.
And that's why you gotta, if you're conscious about that type of thing, you need to wash those products when you get home. So, but they are gonna end up with hands on them, most definitely. All right, let's get to another story. Hang on, let me go to Mark real quick. He says never ever eat the grapes at the grocery store. Hi, Mark. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, bud. All right, so never eat the grapes at the grocery store. Why?
Nah, I mean, I've been in produce for about 30 years now.
Yep.
The grapes are sprayed with like 17 to 19 different pesticides.
Okay.
Just to get them from Chile to your store.
All right, so
You need to take them home and wash them.
Yeah, you need to wash them. Don't ever even sample them. Just look at them. If they're firm and if they're not falling off the vine, they're good grapes.
Mark, what if you were to take them over to the meat section and wash them off in chicken juice?
Oh, my God.
You can do that too.
To each his own, as Casey said earlier this morning.
Hey,
All
Mark, if is there a difference between the grapes that come in the bag and the grapes that are in the
container?
Yes,
The
thank you.
clamshells?
Yeah.
That is nothing really different. I mean, sometimes they'll package the organic grapes that way.
If there are 17 to 19 pesticides on it, is rinsing it off with water really going to make that much of a difference?
Well, here's the thing. We actually sell an organic spray now.
Okay.
That you can spray your produce with.
So you got to spray it with one more thing after all the pesticides.
Right, and that's the thing. Do you want to add on another $5 charge to your grapes?
Well, do you, punk?
No.
I
usually just...
And on all this confusion, I forgot how much I sprayed
18 to 19 pesticides.
All right, Mark, we appreciate the heads up, man.
All
Thank
right,
you.
guys, take care.
All right, we'll see you.
I've got to know how many pesticides on that grape. 19.
All right, we're going to talk peanut butter and jelly sandwiches because I mentioned this yesterday on the show.
Yes.
That I had some...
We're ripping the lid off.
Nutritional information about this American classic. So the exact nutritional details depend on how you make your peanut butter and jelly sandwich. 2 slices of white bread have about 5 grams of protein and 3 grams of sugar.
Whoa, really?
2 tablespoons. This is white, regular white bread.
I didn't know any bread had protein. That's okay.
2 tablespoons of peanut butter contain about 7 grams of protein and 3 grams of sugar. 1 tablespoon of grape jelly has 12 grams of sugar.
Yeah.
And in total, a run-of-the-mill PB&J has about 12 grams of protein, 18 grams of sugar, comes out to be about 390 calories.
That's not bad.
That's a fair amount for just that
It's
one
a lot
sandwich.
for a sandwich, yeah.
But ingredients with a lot of sugar and preservatives often don't have important nutrients. that you need.
Right.
So according to Brittany McDonald, an American Fitness Professional Associates Certified Holistic Nutritionist, they've taken out a lot of the nutrients that's actually going to fuel your body, feed your brain, and keep you energized all day. You're actually going to have a sugar crash and more cravings later on. But how you can make it a little bit healthier.
Yes.
Okay, so just a few substitutions, all right, when it comes to the most sugary part. Healthy would be a small amount of low-sugar jelly, or better yet, not jelly at all, and perhaps a banana instead. I used to eat peanut butter and banana sandwiches.
Yeah.
They're good.
Would you fry them?
No, not like
Elvis used to do.
I still do.
You do?
Yeah, toasted. It does have to be the right banana.
Yeah.
You can't. It's a Wednesday banana is what we're looking for when we're doing a.
Not Monday or Friday.
Tonight on Wednesday's Banana, we find foster homes for bananas in the area.
Yeah, it cannot be a green banana. Also brown.
What? Also brown.
It can't be green or brown.
Yeah, you're right. No, I agree. It's got to be the right firmness.
The Goldilocks banana, if
the
you will.
Wednesday banana.
The Wednesday banana is perfect description.
Carpe banana.
Thank you.
Making smart choices when it comes to which bread is used is important as well. So you want to choose whole grain bread. It can contribute more protein and fiber. You don't like whole grain bread?
Well, for this particular sandwich, I go rye bread.
Oh.
Toasted rye bread.
Oh, that seems odd to me.
interesting.
How Jewish.
That's
Rye
so,
bread with there's such a strong
caraway seed.
flavor to it, right?
Yeah, I like Pepperidge Farm, caraway seed, rye bread, and toasted, and then peanut butter, and then a Wednesday banana.
Wednesday. So
very specific.
Well, I mean, I'm very specific as well. I prefer Arnold bread, which also is a Bimbo company.
It is a
bread.
Bimbo.
What is Arnold bread is a brand?
Yeah, so
from
Arnold
Bimbo?
is a brand under the Bimbo umbrella. So I like Arnold, a bunch of different varieties, but
They also have a collection of fine artisan breads, Casey.
yes,
Bimbo does.
the 100
Artisano.
the 100% whole wheat bread. I prefer an organic peanut butter that I get from Acme,
Right.
And then honey, and so I feel like that's healthy-ish, right?
Well, listen, you do it. Listen, you're not going to
Healthy-ish.
eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because you're in training for a Mr. Olympia contest, but you will if you're looking for something. You can sort of, shore it up a little bit and make it better for you.
When I get
What I don't have are the nutritional aspects of jelly versus honey.
Well, honey, I think, is just inherently organic.
Well, it's natural. I mean,
because it's natural.
So,
and if you get like local honey, that's probably even better.
yeah, but I don't know as far as calorically and all that other stuff that goes along with it, all the information. As far as the peanut butter, a natural peanut butter is just as important as the amount as you put on the sandwich. 1 to 2 tablespoons on your sandwich is what you want to do because of it having a heart-healthy fat that makes you feel fuller longer. And for those allergic to peanuts or other types of nuts, sunflower seed butter can be a healthy and safe alternative.
You hear all this stuff, and then you go right to the regular, peanut butter and jelly, and just put it on the bread.
By the way, here's a comparison to other, standard lunch options. So a serving of Kraft macaroni and cheese has a similar number of calories at 360. It has less sugar with 9 grams and only 10 grams of protein. So
Wait.
you get shorted on the protein.
Mac and cheese.
So are they saying that mac and cheese is healthier than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
No, you get less protein, but a little less sugar. So
It's a
the
trade-off.
PB&J is going to have more
trade-off.
suger in
Okay,
it.
all right.
But they're roughly calorically about the
The
same.
same. Okay.
What about another sandwich like the classic ham and cheese? Well, a deli sandwich made with white bread, 2 ounces of Black Forest ham, a tablespoon of mayonnaise, and a slice of cheddar cheese is about 380 calories. So
It's
around
in the ballpark.
4 grams of sugar, 17 grams of protein.
It's a lot of protein.
A little bit better on that side. So they're all
it's
calorically
probably-
in the same ballpark, but it all depends on what nutrition you want to angle on.
Well, and that's probably killing you with salt if it's a lunch
Maybe.
meat. You
Do
know
they have
what I
a
mean?
bloomin' onion a la mode?
Hey, is there a max amount of protein where you max out, and at that point it doesn't even matter
I
anymore?
think it's like $1 billion.
Is it like a billion?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as
It's like $1 billion.
as far as what?
Like
How much your body can process, or
Yeah.
you'll store protein in fat.
right.
So that's my understanding. I mean, some people, and also you got to watch out how much protein you take in. It can be actually detrimental to you after a while.
Okay.
Yeah, like a lot of people who slam those protein shakes and stuff like that like crazy.
All right, so that's what you're wondering.
Yeah,
if,
of course.
If there is such thing as too much protein.
Remember, a lot of what we say is completely inaccurate.
All right, let's see what else we got here. So knives. We're going to talk about cutlery.
All right.
Since we're in the connoisseur here, the gold standard for knives is usually steel or ceramics, but a new study appearing in the journal Matter on October 20th, material scientists described their latest creation, a hardened wood knife, around
wood knife?
3 times sharper than a stainless steel dinner knife.
How did they get it like that?
It can easily cut through a medium well-done steak, according to Tang Li, a materials scientist at the University of Maryland. He said, in our kitchen, we have many wood pieces that we use for a very long time, like a cutting board, chopsticks, or rolling pin. These knives, too, can be used many times if you resurface them, sharpen them, and perform the same. So they use... they developed a 2-step method for hardening the wood in their knives that increased the blade's hardness 23-fold.
Holy hell!
This is achieved by ensuring that the wood retained a higher level of cellulose. Typically, wood contains about 50% cellulose, which provides some structural integrity, and weaker molecules make up the rest. The two-step process was able to remove these weaker components but retain the cellulose. Coating the wood in mineral oil helps protect the sharpness during use and washing as well.
So how long does it retain its edge?
Like a lot longer than you might anticipate. They don't give a time frame on here. But they didn't stop at wooden knives. They also made nails that are just as sharp as conventional steel nails.
With wood?
Yeah, with wood. Isn't that wild? I had no idea.
That's blowing my mind,
They said
man.
it could be a renewable and low-cost alternative with the potential to replace plastic table utensils.
You guys remember making knives with wood when we were kids? That
Yes.
was like the coolest thing.
Yeah, out of a popsicle stick.
Yeah.
That would be my little kid version of a shiv.
Wow.
By the way, we should have broke a little while back because we have the Fox Good Day thing. So we're gonna ride this one out.
We can't. We don't.
Nah,
We're hanging 10, man.
we're hanging 10, bro.
Did they have to use a particular kind of wood?
Metal wood.
Well, that would defeat the purpose.
Well, that's actually not wood, sir.
That's
That's just
metal.
that metal wins in that.
Nick, I would imagine so. In this article, it doesn't really indicate what type of wood that they were using.
Can they cultivate pre-sliced steak?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
We Santa Claus brought us ceramic cutlery over the Christmas last year, and it's great.
Use this to kill yourselves. Ceramic. Guy Fieri has a line that I think we purchased. Ceramic. I was stunned.
Yeah.
At how.
Oh, yeah.
Because Casey, it looks like pretend stuff.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like a rainbow.
Yes.
It's like a rainbow.
It's like a rainbow.
That was part of my Rocky impersonation.
Now that you hear it.
But it's like not steak knives, but butcher knives and stuff like
Right,
that.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks nice and it's ceramic and yeah, that's what my wife wanted for
A
Christmas.
lot of people use those.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, away from cutlery, on to something else. We mentioned mac and cheese just a moment ago. Kraft Macaroni and Cheese launching an exclusive club that will give instant mac and cheese lovers an early look and taste at and of their products. So Kraft recently announced that it has developed a flavor boost line.
Flavor boost line.
Which is set to hit retail shelves in 2022 with 3 limited edition flavors. So you'll be able to get buffalo, ranch, and pizza for your mac and cheese.
Okay, quick question.
Not a bad idea.
What's your level of snobbery when it comes to mac and cheese?
Snobbery?
Yeah, like you has to be. Are you very particular?
No, I'll take a stab at pretty much any kind of mac and
Yeah.
cheese. Yeah.
I need it to be a little crisper. I need it to be a little more,
crisper,
well done.
You like it like baked?
I like it baked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Steve, do you have a preference when it comes to the noodle in the mac and cheese?
No, I do like the smaller noodles a little bit.
All right, I like the elbow macaroni
Yeah.
for my mac and cheese. I don't like the Kraft little mini ziti style noodles, but that's just me being persnickety.
You know what? Okay, here's where I might draw the line. Or the mini shells. I don't
interesting.
prefer those for.
It's
for
bull
my-
crap.
Is it because
my
they
mac and
sometimes get
cheese.
stuck on your tongue?
No, I don't
Got
think
something
that's
wrong
it.
with my mac and cheese.
Stuck on your tongue. I can't get it off. I can't get that soft ass noodle off my tongue.
It's the
tragic.
suction.
Yeah. Right, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Please respond to Harley Villas. We have a man with a pasta stuck to his tongue.
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm game for most mac and cheese.
If I prefer Kraft macaroni and cheese, and all the other ones, I'm like, it's kind of hit or miss.
Yeah.
I actually had probably the best mac and cheese in my life on Saturday at that place I went to in Sedona. It was like a chorizo mac and cheese.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It was damn good.
Steve, you would probably appreciate a southern dish if you liked baked
I do.
macaroni and cheese. You
Yes.
would probably appreciate a southern dish called macaroni pie.
Macaroni pie. I've heard of it.
I grew up on that, and it was really, really good.
What is
Yeah.
It's I don't know how it's made, Kat. There are eggs involved to kind of bind it, but it's super duper cheesy. It's very dense, and it's got like a nice little crust on the top of it.
You can cut like squares of it,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
That's what I'm looking for, man.
Wow. Okay.
Bro.
I got you.
Really, really, really good.
I love mac and cheese. Like, it's so delicious. However, I rarely eat it because of the nutritional content.
It makes you
Okay.
toot.
No.
Do you
It's not good for you.
Do you like it? Do you ever have it with hamburger in it?
No.
I
That's
love
kinda
it.
like-
Am I the
I'm
only
gonna
one that
pass on
likes
that.
that?
That's kind of like a hamburger helper.
Yeah.
Like the main dish was
Right.
like a macaroni and cheese and hamburger thing.
Wasn't the hamburger helper a hand?
Yes.
Handy?
Yes,
Yep.
it was
Handy
a glove.
was the a glove. Yep.
Hey, you guys are all pretty conscious about what you put in your bodies on,
Yes.
on a consistent basis. When you do end up going crazy, can you do it at days at a time?
No.
Yeah.
Can I do it what?
Days at a time. Like if you're on vacation or.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well,
What,
God
go
bless you.
crazy days at a time?
Yeah. Yeah, because like over the weekend, I ate what I wanted when I wanted it, and I didn't really care. And so I've been trying to be a little bit more conscious about stuff lately.
I feel bad. Like I feel like I shouldn't be having this.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Oh, yeah.
I don't necessarily. It's hard for me to go days.
I'll go longer than days. I'll go through a really regimented, paying attention, making sure that I'm being very, very good for a pretty good stretch, and then I'll treat myself for a stretch as well.
The thing is, you've established to yourself that you can do the more austere things, so you can get back into that.
Yes.
So you know you can do it.
I trust myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. There's one that I want to get to.
All right.
For sure. Before Halloween gets away from us, and this story was actually from a week or two ago, but I thought it was worth bringing up. Two butchers in a Madison, Wisconsin, place called Street Market. It says the Madison-based Jennifer Street Market. I've done the unthinkable, and they've married candy corn with bratwurst.
Yeah. I was wondering, when I saw this, I was wondering what you think of that combination, because you do like candy corn and you do like bratwurst.
I love bratwurst. Candy corn is, I can take it or leave
Right,
it.
yeah.
I don't hate it like some people do. I think it sounds disgusting.
Why are they always trying to do stuff like that?
To get in the news, I guess.
And it worked. It
Yeah.
worked.
He said it's just your traditional brat. This is according to Justin Strassman. He said, but we use an Oktoberfest beer in there, so there's that caramel sweetness. We usually make the traditional brat, and we thought to change it up with candy corn.
God, I hate brats.
He reports that lots of folks are coming in to check out the new flavor.
People love
Wait,
them, though.
you hate bratwurst?
Yeah, I know, and people love it.
Do you not like sausage?
Nah, not a huge fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's essentially what
That's
it
what it
is.
is, yeah.
It's a sausage, and
sausages?
I'm a big-time sausage fan. The idea struck in early October, and it took off almost right away. Yep, we got about a minute before going on Fox Good Day, just a heads up. And they're selling twice as fast as the traditional brat, so people are enjoying it.
They must be selling a lot because people initially puke it out and then want to try it again. Yeah.
They have other unusual brat flavors like a brandy old-fashioned and a bacon onion cheddar brat. That sounds good. So, yeah, bratwurst were a standard at going to the ball game.
Where's the brat place around here that's legendary? That people get their
Johnsonville brats. That's a
I don't think there
commercial.
is a legendary brat place.
I thought there
around
was.
here. No.
I don't know. Maybe
It's more of a Midwest thing.
came to me in a dream.
I think bratwurst. All right, that's all we have time for in the Connoisseur. Marissa, I think, what's up?
We have 30 seconds. I forgot one of the vendors for food trucks and fireworks.
I thought so. There were only 9 on there.
Yep. Spot Burger.
Oh!
Casey raves about Spot Burger all the time. They're bringing their truck down.
Okay, good. Because they're also really, really great for the community. So, all right, that makes me super happy.
You love them, man.
I do.
I was sending out flyers. We're going to have some information you can share on Instagram and on your pages. And I realized I left them off, so I'm sorry, guys.
I was going to say something, but I didn't want to make a big deal about it, that there's only 9 on the list. So, all right, 10 seconds. Well, listen, we'll reiterate the information when we get back to the B file about the food trucks and fireworks, which is going to be at the Camp Out for Hunger Thursday night, the 4th. And we'll have all that information available for you. But, yes, we invite you to come down and be a part of it. Music means we're going on Fox.
Hey, Preston and Steve, we found this study that says that men, after all these years of thinking the opposite, that men are apparently just as emotional as women. Steve, what say you?
I believe that can be the case. I believe it's sometimes where a man will choose to be emotional. That might be the difference. You know, might go off and into the woods with his Spartan buddies and cry. But yeah, there are things I do get emotional. Don't you think, Preston?
Yeah, but I have a question. Emotional meaning just in general,
Or
because
collapsing?
immediately you think of crying and so
Yeah.
on. But
In
what about
general.
what about rage and all the other
That's
emotions
true.
that
It's
there
true.
are?
I think it was in general because they did bring up crying, Preston.
Okay.
It says even though women still cry 3 times as much during a year, men just still are they're emotional, but maybe don't manifest it in tears.
Maybe don't
Okay.
emote
All
as
right.
much.
So then I believe that. Preston.
I'm a crier.
Yeah.
I shed tears regularly. Things will catch me emotionally. It's happened more the older that I've gotten, the more that I will.
It actually just happened today. You looked across at Kathy and said, "My God, you're so beautiful."
You're so beautiful.
And you started tearing up.
And it just
Well,
happened.
they say it's 5 to 17 times a year. You
Five-
guys cry. Would you say we only have what, a month or two left? So
I cried 5 times a day.
Right.
well, that's
Let me ask you guys: do you cry at movies? Do you cry at TV shows? Because I do.
Yes.
I tear up. Right. I mean,
Commercial.
yeah. Perfect Strangers always gets me.
Yeah, it really does not surprise me. I think that, like you said, Steve, choosing, I think men try to suppress their emotions more than women.
And then
might,
you
but
get gassy.
I could absolutely see them being as emotional as women are. No
Yeah.
question.
I think you two are going to cry in Chicago. Where are you headed today?
We are headed to the National Radio Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Yeah, the induction ceremonies are tomorrow night in Chicago, so some of us are headed out today to get ready for that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We're excited about it.
So do you have your suits picked out? Like, what are you going to do? You have your
I have a
suits ready?
tuxedo. Yeah, it's black tie.
Okay.
Tuxedo as well. Yeah. We're all going out there. It is the Preston and Steve show going into the Hall of Fame, which is very cool. It's quite an honor. And so,
It is
yeah.
an honor.
Yeah, and
Don't
we're
wear
thrilled.
yourself out because I think Camp Out for Hunger starts when? Monday?
Monday,
Yeah.
sir. Monday is
Yeah.
when it begins. Yes. So I don't
many
know how
years?
we're going to do it, but we will do it.
We'll do it.
How many years been doing that?
Since 1998,
We
you do the
always
math.
get this
This
wrong.
will be the 24th.
24th. Okay. Next year, the quarter century. Jesus.
And you guys are going to be there. I know that
I will be
Jen
there.
Fredericks is definitely stopping by.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
Every year we stop by.
Awesome.
Well, good luck in Chicago.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you soon. All right, and there they go. All right, with that, that's it for the connoisseur. We got to take a break. When we come back, though, we'll get to the B file, and also we will reintroduce all the information about Preston and Steve's food trucks and fireworks event at Camp Out for Hunger. Stay with us. We'll be right
When
back.
I thought I was coming outside, but I wasn't. So,
This kind of stuff, construction, when you see this, you just want, I think it's cool. Like, that's why we talked about, like, Diggerland or whatever it is. Anything with the equipment and cranes and stuff like that. Look at you. You make a good construction worker. You look good in your hard hat and everything. The way you moon.
I think you look like the foreman. You know, like you look like the guy in charge of everybody out there.
Are you sure I don't look like a fireman? That's a fat joke, guys.
A fat joke?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, well, get on in here.
All right, come on back in.
All right.
All
Bye.
right, guys, I thought it was a guy who works here that maybe was a listener and decided to show us his butthole. But no, it was Casey. It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today. Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That, and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger, unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need to please me. They can stimulate and tease me. They won't leave in the night. I've no fear that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. And another bass player, Rick Savage of Def Leppard. He turns 60 years old today.
And an odd thing, he's got extra appendages.
Wow, really?
He's got 3 legs.
He picked... when this band was in their height when Pyromania came out, I was a huge fan.
Oh my God,
of
yeah.
Def Leppard. They were great. I went to that tour. I went to that concert. It was awesome. It was one of my first real rock shows that I went to.
And they were driven by a robust MTV presence.
Oh my God, yes.
I told you that I don't remember what year that came out. It had to have been 84, 85, something like that.
No, it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 82, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is Pour Some Sugar on Me on that one?
No, that's... Oh, wait. Pyromania. I'm sorry.
83 is when it came out.
Okay.
Okay.
January of 83. And...
No, it was not on that album. Man, what was Pour Some Sugar? That was a gigantic album, and I can't remember the name of it.
After the Gold
Not
Rush?
High and Dry. What the hell is the...
No, High and Dry was early. Hang on a second here.
Hysteria.
That's it.
And that was 87.
That was 87. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Hysteria.
I have a vivid memory of a guy that at the pool. He came with this boombox, a la Lloyd Dobler, blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me" because he was trying to get pumped up. He was going to do a triple off of the high dive.
Okay.
And that was his motivational song?
That was his motivation.
Pour Some Sugar on Me?
It's like right out of a movie, right? Like, basically like jean jacket and cut off jean shorts.
Clear me a path.
Right? And he's blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me," and he gets up onto the high dive.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. He had been working himself up for this for like an entire weekend.
Are you ready to do it today?
Right?
Oh
He gets up.
Gandalf showed up. Oh my God.
When you're done pouring your sugar, I want to see the greatest dive of all time.
Anyway, what happened?
All right, so what happens is he gets up on the high dive, blaring music.
You and me, babe.
And he got up and
What did he do?
he counted the 3. He got off at the end of the board. He did 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then landed flat on his back. Splattered all over the place. I swear to God, he got up spitting blood because he hit smack so hard. Ow. It was great, man. What a great memory.
Rick Savage's birthday. Sometimes he just heads down that path, and you have to let him go.
I
we need to hear
Sometimes in life, you need to let things happen of their own accord.
We need to flush it out. So
we learned something about some dude we'll never meet.
Yeah, he's all right. Rick Savage is 60.
Thank you, Rick Savage. Thank you
wherever
for that memory.
you are.
Me TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but Me TV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right, that's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
if
moon.
If my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah, to the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They love
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take your back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Got a
Do you
blood
remember
relative.
in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
But the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do.
Does.
I do. Yeah, they're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course, I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my my wife and I's our last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look
even
it up.
Jewier.
I don't. It's. It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So, Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
gooey center.
Chocolate
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not gonna eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm gonna
Right.
pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw, one shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jesus.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
We should. Cream soda, gefilte fish, it's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
You have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders. Come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my.
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
and it comes with California. Quickly, I would like to, before we get to the bizarre file, I want to send a shout out to this young man who emailed in. His name is Brian Andrioli. And he wrote and said, "Hey guys, you rock. I just want to tell you what I did this past Saturday at the Saturday the 23rd. I played for Special Olympics in New Jersey fall games, and I played golf, and I came in first place.
Wow.
Brian.
The people that completed with, he said, had a 61. The people we were playing with had an 80, and me and my partner, which is my dad, we had a 59. Wow. So I thought that I would share with you guys as well. You guys rock. Congrats on getting into the Hall of Fame. And he sent me a picture of his gold medal.
Excellent.
Which is awesome. And he is from Gloucester City, New Jersey.
Brian's a great guy. I've known him for a long time. I got to know him when I worked for Pierre many years ago, 20 years ago. So long-time loyal listener. Congrats, man. That's a really cool thing.
He said, my drives off my driver were great, and my shots were great as well. So congratulations. Here's a shout-out to Brian Andrioli, a gold medalist
Excellent.
in the Special Olympics. That's fantastic, man. Good for you. And before we do the bizarre file, also, I want to reiterate some information. We just made an announcement. Camp Out for Hunger is next week. And while we're collecting food and doing the stuff that we do and broadcasting live and everything, we're going to have an evening event on Thursday the 4th, and we want you to mark it in your calendar. Come join us if you can. It's free to attend. If you want food, you're going to have to pay for it, but a portion of the proceeds are going to go to the Camp Out for Hunger. It is the Preston and Steve Food Trucks and Fireworks event, and this will include 10 food trucks.
10.
And fireworks being donated by Celebration Fireworks. They're doing the show. They do these big shows.
Yeah.
And they can actually... You can hire them to do an event of your own if you want to.
Yeah.
Which we found out a couple of years ago when they called in and shot off some fireworks for us on air. So we're excited about this. It's from 5 to 8 p.m. on Thursday, November 4th. And Marissa had added Spot Burger to the list of food trucks that'll be there because we didn't want to leave anybody out. But Algorithm, Big Top Surfing Sundays, La Chinginita, Munchie Machine, Mashava, the Philly Pretzel Factory, Tabachoy, Wilson Secret Sauce, and Wizzle Trucks will all be there serving food. Is presented by Michelob Ultra, and then we get a fireworks display. But as Marissa was saying earlier, don't plan to just get there like right before 8 and grab your food and get ready to watch fireworks, because at food truck events, you got to stand in line. You have to wait until they prepare. It's not a full restaurant. It's like 2 people working in a truck usually. Yeah. So that's why it takes a little while to get the food out. But we want to make a whole event of it. They're going to be... at Xfinity Live is going to be serving the Michelob Ultra, so you'll be able to grab some beers and grab the food, and then we're going to watch the fireworks.
So exciting.
Probably bring chairs and things, maybe. I don't
guess you
know.
could.
We'll see about that. I'm not 100% sure, but this is our first time doing it. So nonetheless, details at WMMR.com, and while you're there, please make a donation to Phil Abundance. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
Now, WMMR presents Kristen and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. Well, a cyclist lived to tell his tale after a bear attacked him while he was riding alone in Cantwell, Alaska.
Oh, my God.
Troopers said they were notified of the incident last Tuesday. The victim said that he was riding his bike when he spotted a large brown bear about 10 to 15 yards away, sprinting towards him.
To your left.
He told the troopers that he jumped off his bike and began yelling at the bear.
What?
Before the bear made contact, the victim laid on the ground and covered his head, possibly kicking the bear in the process.
Ow!
The bear then bit his leg below the knee.
Jerk off.
The bear made one contact and one bite and then immediately retreated to the vegetation the same way it had approached. So it was like boom, in and out. The cyclist.
That's very lucky.
Oh, totally. He called a friend for a ride and sought medical attention for puncture wounds and a cut. The victim believes that the bear was alone and approximates the bear weighs around 500 pounds.
God almighty, could you imagine that?
Trooper said the man was carrying a firearm but did not fire it.
That's why you always have to put baseball cards in your spokes, Preston.
So they hear you coming.
Scares them away.
Now, I have another story. An uninvited guest was caught on camera at a wedding in Mexico recently. Angie Disa had posted footage to TikTok where she wrote, a bear had shown up at her cousin's wedding.
Hi, how are you?
In Chapinque National Park in Nueva Leone, Mexico.
I'm with the groom's family.
The post was captioned, he just wanted some food.
Did you see how relaxed they were? The people
no,
at the
I
wedding.
didn't see the video.
They just kind of sit there. The bear goes from table to table and then leaves, and nobody really reacts.
It's electric.
So the electric slide. Eventually, the bear decides to wander off and gets off of the table. The bear put its paws on the front table at the wedding reception and knocked over a few chairs as it left. The video went viral, and in a follow-up video, Disa explains that the baby bear had been spotted near the area of the reception earlier in the weekend.
Play money.
As most of the guests were aware that wildlife was in the area, they were able to remain calm when the bear showed up at the reception. I didn't even know that bears were native
In
to
Mexico.
at
Yeah,
all.
neither did I.
But nonetheless, it showed up at the wedding and hung out. Had a good time. A man in the city of Blue Ash, Ohio, reportedly took drastic measures after becoming frustrated with his son's guitar playing. 79-year-old Fred Hensley Sr. has been charged with felonious assault and domestic violence after allegedly shooting his adult son,
Oh, my
50-year-old
God.
Fred Hensley Jr.
I gave my love a cherry.
Yes. The former had become angry because his son had been playing the guitar for too long. The weapon used in the shooting was a .38.
God!
Hensley Sr. reportedly told authorities that in the alleged shooting, he had been aiming to hit his son's guitar, not his actual body.
Well, when you're holding the guitar, you're holding it your waist.
Yeah, nonetheless, Hensley Jr. is said to have been shot in the side of his stomach. Now, after the alleged shooting, the father reportedly called the authorities. However, while first responders were making their way to the scene, the father-son conflict reportedly escalated as they waited. Hensley Jr. assaulted his father, and the two proceeded to fight.
So the dude who was shot starts beating up the dad.
Exactly. When police found the duo, not only was the younger Hensley wounded, his father had also sustained facial injuries in the reported scuffle. However, police reported that Hensley Jr. said that he didn't remember hitting or assaulting his dad. At the scene, officers found the gun and a spent shell casing. Additionally, they located the guitar, which had apparent bullet holes in it. The son was taken to receive medical attention for the gunshot wound. He does not face any criminal charges for his role in the alleged incident. Hensley Sr. was also brought to the hospital for his facial injuries, but was soon taken to the County Justice Center on assault charges. Yeah.
I was aiming for the guitar.
All right, one last story, and this is a follow-up. Felony theft charges against a homeless Pennsylvania man who underpaid for a bottle of Mountain Dew by 43 cents have been dropped.
Thankfully.
Yeah, prosecutors in Perry County dropped the charges after against Joseph Sobolewski and downgraded another charge. So he had reportedly went into an Exxon. I reported on this a couple weeks ago. He saw a sign advertising two 20-ounce Mountain Dew bottles for $3. He took one bottle, slapped $2 on the counter for what he thought was a $1.50 soda, and then he walked out, not realizing the discount did not apply to a single bottle. The bottle cost $2.29, including tax. He owned the store 43 cents. The store employee told Sobolewski that he had not paid the full value of the soda, but he drove away. She then called state police, who found and arrested him on a felony charge. A judge ordered him on a $50,000 cash-only bond. He was held for 7 days before his public defender successfully argued for his release. Sobolewski had started a GoFundMe campaign to raise funds to fight for the legal charges. He said, "My wife and I are currently homeless. My wife is a diabetic. I take any and all odd jobs that come my way. But I'm overwhelmed at the support that I've received from so many from all over the country." He had twice in the past 10 years been charged with theft, once for not paying for a tank of gas, and another time for stealing $39.99 pair of shoes from a Kmart.
So low-level stuff.
And under Pennsylvania's three strikes law, a third theft charge must be a felony regardless of the amount of the value involved. He faced up to 7 years in jail for that. But his lawyer pled the case, got him off, so I think that's fair.
Well, he put down money.
Yeah.
You know, he was trying.
He thought he was paying actually more
Yeah.
than it was going to cost. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. We will be back in a second. Don't forget, we have a secret text word. The Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone digital celebrate the 20th anniversary of the film, but text the word secret to 39333. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay there. Mari, which looks like calamari. It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
You know?
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway.
We need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah. I know. That's why I said, let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, how about this? Gibson and Slash have announced the release of the first ever Slash collection, which will feature multiple acoustic and electric guitars. Yeah, the collection will... Oh, Gibson. I got you. Mel Gibson.
The Mel Gibson guitar. It has all these sayings etched into the wood.
So the collection will officially premiere.
It's the Mel Gibson collection of guitars, featuring all his rants emblazoned on every guitar. The Whore edition features a Stratocaster pickup.
The collection will officially...
What the hell was that
That's
one?
That's Braveheart.
Why is he doing that?
Imagine if that's the speech he delivered when he was on the horse.
Hit it again, Case. He was Nick. He was just. He was at the end of his rope with her.
Okay.
And then he was just kind of like somebody would go, yeah, like that, and then he did an evil laugh. So Slash and Gibson, luthiers.
Luthiers?
Yeah, what's a luthier?
As in Lex Luthier?
Luthier. Is that a guitar maker?
I'm not familiar. I've never heard that brand.
Worked in close collaboration on the collection at Gibson's headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. The line features 4 Les Paul standard electric guitars and 2 J45 standard acoustic guitars.
It's a music store.
Oh.
Kind of like a George's.
Are you a... Sorry.
I'm trying to help, Mel.
Are you a Martin guitar guy, or what's your...
I own a Martin acoustic guitar, absolutely.
Do you play it anymore, or you're back to the drums, right?
I have neglected it because I've been focusing and practicing really, really hard at playing the drums. I've decided I want to be a really good drummer.
But when he passes by the guitar, he says,
"Oh, you're there."
Yeah, I do acknowledge the guitar's existence.
That's a Mel Gibson guitar.
Yeah. So,
"Oh, you're there."
It actually yells at you if you don't take lessons.
What?
I want to pursue drumming. But Mel Gibson guitar, I really do. I like drumming more.
You just showed me what you are.
Oh.
It's the guitar. It'll make you a virtuoso in a weekend.
Do you think I'm a decent guitar player? Oh, my God.
You have one more chance.
Wow. You thought Whiplash was bad.
Giving me one last
right?
chance.
Yeah. Forget Whiplash.
I just want to be a drummer.
The Mel Gibson guitar.
Oh, God. Okay.
You have one more chance.
Gentle messages of encouragement help you along.
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth.
The most candid guitar you'll ever own.
Big fucking guitar.
So let me raise this question. It's something that occurred to me yesterday as we were talking about preparation for all this. Are all the new things put in place because of COVID? Does that now effectively eliminate, for all intents and purposes, the classic snow day?
So here's what's happening. The school districts that are having the snow day, what it looks like is that they had snow days built in. So that's why they're closing. They already have these snow days, so they're going to use them. The districts that didn't build in snow days are the ones that are going to do that virtual learning in the morning and then give the kids the snow day the second half of the day. Because by law, they need to get a certain amount of school days in. And if you go...
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about!
Man.
Kathy Romano with the information you can use.
Oh, my God.
Now we go to Kathy with her observations on snow days. This bitch is cranking it up to 10.
This bitch. Oh my
Snow! Slayer!
Snow and Slayer!
Snower!
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award? Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Do you remember the little imprint
Yeah,
on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list.
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
It was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert. Though.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this.
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had like really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
You just kind of
considered that.
What did I order? Poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside of this
Come on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh?
We talked about Cameo before.
Yes.
And you can do birthday wishes and hellos and stuff like that.
Hi,
But
this is Liam Neeson. I understand, Jimmy, that it's your 8th birthday. I want you to know it's a hard world out there.
well, apparently now the trend is to get the celebrity to break up your relationship for you.
Wow.
And some people have been doing a lot of them. Sugar Ray singer Mark McGrath has been a popular choice for Cameo users looking to pass their breakup responsibilities on to him.
Well, he had one that had been requested and it went viral and a lot of people were talking about it. So I guess he immediately earned that status.
Yep. By the way, he's had a lot of work done on his face. Going up to about 66 degrees today. Partly cloudy skies. Looks pretty breezy out, too. The trees are really whipping around.
It is.
So we're going to have cooler temperatures next couple days. Friday only getting up to like maybe 60 degrees or so. So
I think Halloween itself, though, I think we're going to be at around 61, 62.
Yeah, it's looking like that. So we can deal with that. I don't see any rain.
Fire pit action, right?
That'd be real nice. So we're traveling today. Some of us are, and getting ready for this Hall of Fame thing happening in Chicago. And Nick said he has a traveling story to share, I think.
Well, I'm an idiot. And so I'm mad at myself, and it's a mistake that I made. I don't wait until the last minute to pack, but I probably waited a little too long to secure one particular item. And I own a tuxedo, and I haven't worn said tuxedo for a number of years. I put it on yesterday. I was like, man, it fits great. Shirt fits great. Everything's clean. Everything looks good. And I own two different vests. I also own a cummerbund and ties to go with the tux. I'm like, yeah, this is coming together kind of nice. I'm pretty proud of how this is going to shape up. And I put the two tuxes out so when my girlfriend got home last night, she could help me pick which one she liked.
Right.
No, the two vests.
I'm sorry, two vests. Yeah, I said tuxedos. Two vests. So I put on the shirt. I put on the vest.
I'm his girlfriend, by the way. Waiting for me to get home.
Kathy's my fashion consultant. So I put on the shirt, put on the vests, and then put on the jacket. And my girlfriend is checking it out. She's like, I think I like the gray vest better. And then she goes and she's like, stand in the better light. walks around me, and she's like, "Oh my God!" And I'm like, "What?" And she goes, "There are holes all over your tuxedo jacket.
Moths?
Moth holes."
No my God.
Really?
I hadn't stored it properly, and I don't think I've worn it since I moved, which was nearly 4 years ago. And even when I moved, the last time I wore a tux, I rented from our friends at Akabuchi. I did that gala for LLS last year. That was February, and so I look at the jacket. I'm like, is this fixable? What do I even do at this point? And then
Magic marker.
dude,
Magic marker on your white shirt.
nail polish.
What time was this last night, by the way?
Oh, 8:30, Casey.
Nick, can I step in here with
Please.
some comfort and solace?
Yes.
The exact same thing happened to me.
Are you serious?
No kidding.
So I had a tuxedo years ago, and I thought I stored it properly. It wasn't riddled, but it was effed up.
Is there anything that can be done?
I rent from Ikabuchi.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So moths are something I've never consider ever in my life. In fact, I always heard, mothballs. I always thought that was just a
grandma does that.
A myth or something like that. Although I remember a joke when I was a kid. What do you see when you look between the moth's legs? Mothballs.
Waka waka waka.
But no, that. I thought that problem had been eradicated.
Yes.
Thanks to a space-age polymer.
Yeah.
So I own a dark suit, and I'm like, well, all right, I don't have a tux. It's too late to rent. I'll put on the dark suit. That jacket had also been chewed.
Oh, man.
So I'm like, so I'm scrambling. Casey, thankfully, recommended maybe contacting Steve over at Akabuchi. Steve is now scrambling because the last time I wore a tux, I did rent one, and possibly we'll be able to get one before the end of the show today and before the flight out of there. Otherwise, I'm either gonna have to rent one in Chicago or buy a new suit in Chicago. I don't, and maybe I end up not wearing a tux. Who knows?
Tuxedo is optional, but
Yeah,
black
you don't-
tie
exactly.
is optional.
Yeah.
She said either black tie or a tube top.
Right. Tuxedo T-shirt.
A velour jumpsuit.
Maybe, yes, those are comfortable. I own a really nice blue suit, and I'm looking at that last night. I'm like, like a dark blue navy suit or
why
whatever.
didn't you just bring that?
I have it. I brought it. That's
Oh,
like the
all right.
emergency backup or whatever. But I felt like since it's black tie optional, do I wear the?
No, you'll be okay
Navy
in a
suit?
suit.
They're not gonna
No.
not let you in. You'll be fine.
No. And also, you're going to be completely fine. I guarantee you, the majority of the people there are not in
Will
tux.
not have
I agree.
tuxedos.
Right, and they're
I think
probably
you'll
not
be
even going to look at me at all. It's like
No.
when people go to a wedding, nobody really looks at what anybody else is wearing. They're looking at the bride and the groom. But
Besides, technically, you're a recipient, so you don't have to worry.
right, yes. I felt like such a boob, and I'd never ever encountered moths actually being an issue on jackets. But yeah, like I guess essentially the tux is ruined at this point.
Wow.
No,
I
it
know.
is ruined. If there's holes in it,
Right? I mean,
definitely ruined.
you can't repair it. You can't send it to a tailor or anything.
I don't think so.
Like, so can I ask a question? Where there's just in your closet, just your regular
Yeah, I
closet?
mean, when I had
Dig
moved,
it in there.
Yeah, exactly. There's like a closet where I keep my suits, and it was hanging in there. But I haven't moved it. I haven't tried it on, and I'm looking. And when I tried it on yesterday, I just tried it on to see if it fit well.
Did you store your wedding dress the same way?
Yes.
I have a question about moths and doing this. So I mean, look. Did you see any dead moths around?
No.
I mean, doesn't it take a whole lot of moths to do damage like that, or can one moth really tear through a?
You know what's going to
Maybe if it
happen?
gets caught in there, it can. I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing. But you know what I mean? Like if it got caught in whatever case it was in, it
Maybe.
could
Yeah.
chew multiple holes in the fabric.
And are they eating it? Or
Yes.
they swallow that. I mean, that's part of.
That's
their,
my understanding.
I
And then
don't
what
know.
happens is eventually Nick, you'll be at some event and your back will burst open.
Right,
And
yes.
moths will come flying
There was
out.
a part where it was on the left sleeve. It happened on the back of the left sleeve, on the back of the right sleeve, and one hole in the back of the jacket itself. And on the one on the left sleeve, it was not chewed all the way through, but it was chewed down to the lining.
Well, look at this. Here it is. Here's the information. Clothes moths are pests that can destroy fabric and other materials. They feed exclusively on animal fibers, especially wool, fur, silk, feathers, felt, and leather. And these materials contain keratin, a fibrous protein that worm-like larva of the clothes moth can digest.
So is it one? Can one moth do that, or do you need a whole
That's
lot
what
of
I'm
moths?
wondering. Like, you would think it'd be a family of moths. Oh, whole lot of moths. You were going for a bit on the title of Whole Lot of Love. I gotcha.
Well, you said it first.
Marissa?
All right, I'm very interested because I just found out recently that my apartment has them too.
Are you serious?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't know they live in the city.
Yeah, you should probably get a cat.
Right. Seems like a country
City
thing,
moths.
right?
Right?
Yeah.
But They're not the normal moths. Like what? A normal moth is the size of like a nickel, a quarter.
Okay.
The ones in my place are like barely the size of your
Oh,
fingernail.
I know what those are.
Well, so I looked it up, and is it like a food moth?
Yeah.
Or something?
Oh my God, Marissa, I have the
I've
worst
never heard of this one.
story
Oh God.
ever about these things. You guys know, I mean, how I am in
Sure.
general about bugs and
You love
skeevy
'em.
things.
Yeah.
So Marissa, these things, are they in like your pantry or like a bread drawer or something?
Well, so you've been in my house. I don't have much of
Yeah.
like a pantry. It's just like a kind of an open kitchen. And I looked it up online, and I like took all the food and like put it in the freezer to like. I mean,
You
I
have
actually,
to literally like throw, like if you
I
have like
did.
cereal and stuff like that,
Yes.
throw it out because they're in there.
Everything that was open, I threw out. But like, I find them like in my bathroom. Like maybe they're like, I mean, again, it's not a big place, so they're just
I know
going
this-
around. But like, they're near like the shower and the lights.
It's an eye opener for you, right? Because you figure this is something that had long ago been eradicated. Like maybe it was something that people who usually on a daily basis used a butter churn would have to worry
Yeah,
about.
I think of it like Steve from like a really old cartoon. Like a joke might be that they take
Right.
out, the jacket and it's full of holes from the moths. I'm like,
knock.
right? Yeah, who's there?
Clothing moths.
Clothing.
Waka, waka, waka.
Yeah.
Wait, so Kathy, is there something more I need to do with this?
Well, no,
things?
what my story was, when Dennis's stepmother she was dying of breast cancer. And at the time, it was right before I started working with you guys. And you were like, what happened to her? Like, she stopped contacting us. So I was helping his stepmother. She was at home. She didn't like to be home by herself. A nurse would come in and out, and I would go and sit with her until the nurse would get there. So Dennis's dad says to me, could you like help, just help around the house? Like she usually cleans and straightens and all that. And like, I'm going out of my mind. So he's like, can you do the pantry for us? I was like, no problem. He's like, just throw out whatever's old in there. Like, we just kind of need to clean up. I went into the pantry. I don't think that anybody had ever had opened it in months. And
Yeah.
these moths were everywhere.
Like dead or flying
no,
around?
flying around.
No
like I was
kidding.
taking cereal boxes out, and they were
man.
filled in the cereal boxes
Oh
of
my
these
God.
bugs. I remember calling Dennis, and I go, listen, I can do anything, but like to help with, I can't do this. I
Yeah.
cannot.
I'm not familiar.
do
I would do
this.
anything for love.
Wait, so
but I can't do that.
No, I can't. So I didn't do it. And he ended up having to go over after work because I didn't want his dad
Yeah.
to come home and me be like, sorry, I couldn't do it. And so he had to come over after work and do it because I was like, there's no way I can
Just
deal with
completely
those bugs.
infested?
Yeah.
Infested
Cat-
in
Wow.
like every cereal box it was in like weird things. Like I don't even know how it got into like these like jar things
Well,
they
let me
had
ask
in there.
you.
It was awful.
Nick, would you still eat the cereal regardless?
I mean, what kind of
A
cereal?
lot of protein in the moths
Yeah.
as well. Kath, your best bet with a situation like that is to call the fire department because you're going to set your house on fire and burn it down to the ground.
Right, yeah. I'm just calling you ahead of time. There's going to be emergency here in a little while. I'm going to go to Sarah. Hi, Sarah. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Sarah?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Okay, so hi. I have tons of experience with the moths that everybody's talking about. So, Kathy, the moths in the pantry, they're considered like pantry moths, and they mostly focus on like eating cardboard. Nick, the holes in your clothes, and Marissa, they're clothing moths, and yes, they are attracted to animal fibers, animal hair, but also like the sweat and the salt from our body. And and the misconception is that it's actually the moths themselves eating. That's actually not what's happening. It's actually the larva that the female males.
Even better.
Dear
Oh, my
God.
God.
Well,
They
so it
laid
is-
eggs.
Even better. So if you have a tight end, the telltale signs are they usually just make these perfectly round holes in your clothing.
Yeah.
And Nick, like you said, they do kind of just eat their way through the fibers. And
Yeah.
it's not like a hole like someone punctured or you rip something and it goes all the way through. They just kind of eat layers and layers of the clothing. Now, Marissa, if your apartment has them or if your whole building has them, most likely what they're doing is they like to stay in warm places. And there's a product that I recommend, and it's unbelievable. And Preston, I found it on one of the like BuzzFeed lists.
Okay, sure.
Those products that say, "Oh, these are amazing."
Yeah.
It's called Dr. Killington, and it's a moth trap. But Kathy, don't worry, there's no scent to it. It's not mothballs. They work with their pheromones,
So-
and what they do is they attract the male moths, and so they cannot impregnate the female moths. And
They attract male moths who cannot impregnate the female
Yeah.
moth?
So they don't.
So,
Yeah.
so the male moths are attracted to this pheromone that's in the product, and
All
they
right.
just flock to this little like sticky triangle paper.
Hey,
It's
ladies.
it's unbelievable how many that you don't even know are there, and they kill it. And I just change it out every 3 months. But again,
All right, sir, quick question. You mentioned it quickly. What is the name of the product?
Dr. Killington.
Dr. Carrington's Magic Elixir.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but it
Dr.
works.
Killington.
Okay.
Sarah, why do you know so much about moths?
Yeah.
Because my previous apartment was infested with them, and I couldn't understand. Again, Nick, I had holes in my clothes that I didn't understand where they were coming from.
Were they ruined? Were they fixable at all?
Not really. I mean, so there's so many different things out there. So basically, here's what you have to do: to kill any forms of larvae, you have to clean out your lint trap of your dryer. I mean, like
too much.
Really deep clean it out there, and that kind of
Moving would be easier.
Yeah, burning your clothes and moving are going to be a lot.
Okay.
easier.
I mean, because
It sounds like when you get lice.
Yes,
Like
exactly,
I'll tell you
Preston.
what.
Yeah, and it suddenly becomes your occupation. Can you bomb the house? I mean, with fumigate?
You could. Those are all valid options. But if, like, for instance, like Marissa, if they're living in the building, then the most likely what they're doing is they're living in the basement where everything is warm and, like, by water heaters, and that's where they're breeding. And a lot of apartments have their washing machines down in basements and things, and they're just living and breeding in there.
Marissa looks psyched.
All right, well, it's a lot. Whatever it is, it's extensive. Now, so to the general point, it sounds like, Sarah, that you're saying...
What you have to basically do is,
No.
Nick, here's what you do. Just wash all your clothes and everything. I mean, I've had to wash everything. I felt like Kathy at one point. Everything, clothes, dry, everything was washed. Then you have to put it on the highest heat to really kill the larvae that's in your clothes. And then purchase those Dr. Killington moth traps. If they're in the kitchen, then pantry moths are different than clothing moths.
My head is spinning, Sarah. My head is
It's
spinning.
fairly easy. I mean,
No,
not
it's not.
easy. It's a lot of work, but what she's saying to do is simple.
It sounds more
It's just
difficult.
gonna take
Nick,
forever.
visit Dr. Goodwill, bring your entire wardrobe over
Yeah.
there.
Thank you.
Then
All right.
visit Dr. Clothes Store and get a new wardrobe.
Thanks for all the information, though, Sarah. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure. No problem.
She knows her stuff,
All right,
though.
take care, Sarah.
I
We'll
didn't
see ya.
realize they were so
Jesus
invasive.
All right. We'll see. I love her, by the way. She was addressing each one of us.
Every one of the
Making sure
problems.
our
She
little
knew-
problem
she knew
one at a
exactly.
time. She knew it all.
Had a cool accent.
Nick, this text you have, it's in conjunction with this call I want to go to
Okay.
real quick. So let me go to the call first. I have Vanessa who is on the line. Hey, Vanessa, good morning.
Good morning, Preston and Steve. How are you guys?
We're doing well.
Great. Thank you, Vanessa. What's happening?
So when we were cleaning out my grandma's house after she moved to the old folks' home, I found this cedar closet in her basement. And there were clothes in there. They must have been like 50 years old. There was no holes in them, nothing. I was real confused about it. This is actually the first time I heard anyone have this issue in my life. And, yeah, so you could build a cedar closet.
I have a cedar closet.
So-
Oh, well, maybe you should have had that in there. You
Well,
know?
the text that we got was saying put cedar chips in there because they don't like the smell.
I
So
have to say, it smells so bad. What do? Take it to the laundromat? I'm not sure, but you definitely don't have holes in them.
Oh, I
no
like the
holes
smell
in
of
these
cedar
clothes.
wood.
I do too.
Like,
I
Yeah.
love that smell.
Yeah, I would
Great
prefer cedar
grandma-
to mothballs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The smell.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Vanessa. Appreciate it.
Cedar, huh?
No problem. See ya.
All
Love
right, see
your
ya.
show.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you. You know, when I had that tuxedo issue, my tuxedo issue was what, 20 plus years ago when I got married.
Yeah.
And it happened fairly quickly. I never had an issue with that since. So I was like you, Preston. I figured, okay, whatever they're doing now, they've eradicated that for whatever monofilament or whatever they're using.
Yeah.
It's not attracted to the moths. And here we are with a moth disaster.
Yeah, I have a cedar closet. That's just what I inherited. It's I didn't install it myself, and I had no idea why there was a cedar closet, but now I do.
And where do you keep it?
My cedar closet,
Yeah.
in my bedroom.
Okay.
No, I mean it's
No, it's
that.
that's
it's
what
built that way.
My
I-
closet is lined with cedar.
I misunderstood. I thought it was
Planks.
like a separate armoire
It's a safe
closet.
Hang on a second. We're going to Nicky because he's got some info. Hi, Nicky. Good morning.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air, buddy.
Hey, guys, good morning, bitches. How you doing?
How are you? Good, bitch. What's up?
The last couple of calls just burned the house down. Man, my story's irrelevant now.
No, it's all right.
The screws in the flies in the kitchen are drain flies.
Drain
Apple cider
flies.
vinegar usually works.
Okay.
Keep them out of the drain. You clean your drain out. A lot of them, they look like little moths. They're in the kitchen. They're drain flies. They look like moths. But for the rest of the house, burn it the hell down.
Burn it the hell
All right,
down.
Hang on a second, Nicky. So the drain moths, which I've never heard that term
No,
before,
neither have
are they the same? Are they the same thing that Kathy was talking about? The pantry moths?
Yeah, they look like little moths in the pantry. They come up out of the drain. Apple cider vinegar, you clean your drain out. Put a little like ammonia or something in your drain. Clean the drain out every now and then. Or if you don't have a stopper in your sink, they'll come up out of the sink. They come from the sewer. They're called drain flies.
They'll live down in the drain?
Yeah, they come up out of the drain, out of the trap. They come through the trap.
Okay.
All right, fellas, let's go.
Wow.
You know what I have,
If
Nicky?
you have to hear them stories, just burn the house down.
I like the way Nicky's talking. I have a device at
Thanks,
home that is
Nicky.
actually, Preston, has a blue light on top. It draws in those like fruit flies and things, and they fly in and they get caught.
Does it work?
It does work. It works
Okay.
very well. It has a sticky bottom to it, and so
Okay.
they'll and there's a fan that pushes them down.
When we get that, I know people call them fruit flies, but I
Yeah.
think they're called something else. But the home remedy I use is you take a fairly short glass, like a rocks glass or something like that.
I use a wine glass.
And you pour either wine or bourbon or maybe apple cider vinegar in there, just
Yep.
like maybe an inch or so. And then you take some saran wrap, put it over the top, and just poke a hole with your finger in it.
And they go in.
They go in, and then they can't, for whatever reason, they can't fly back out of there. And you'll just have a whole bunch of them floating in the water.
So I do very similar to you, Preston, but I use remember the old school, instead of the Ziploc, like just the baggie that didn't have the zip on it.
It's like a sandwich baggie.
Yeah, and so I'll cut the corner of it and I push it downward so they can fly down into it, but then they get confused and they can't come back up.
There's still one question pending, though. Can the holes in Nick's tuxedo be adequately repaired?
Yeah, I think most people are
I
saying
doubt it.
no, that it's like if you got a cigarette burn in your jacket or whatever.
Yeah, you can't sew that up. but-
Exactly.
Why don't you put some
but it's
Pearl
gonna
Jam patches over it?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you could do a
A
patch
tuxedo.
suit. Patch
Yes, velour tuxedo.
A patchito.
I think you're going to be all right without a tux. If for some reason you can't get it, don't worry about it. It's formal, but it's not like we're not on the on the Titanic. We're
I
not going
watched
to dinner with
Preston is exactly right. I watched
Kate
a couple
Winslet.
of other ceremonies, and it's a little bit. It's not the Oscars.
I just was looking at the different suits last night, and I really felt excited about putting my tux on and going to the ceremony, and now that's not going to happen.
Oh, and it even breathes better than I
Right?
remember.
This is cool.
Yeah, I feel less constricted in this thing. In fact, I'd even say my back is cool.
Hang on a second. I believe this is our buddy Tucker. Hey, Tucker, you're on the line.
Hey, Preston.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Born in 2000, not 99.
By the way, my entire family let me have it yesterday. Over that whole thing. Oh yeah. Yeah. And in fact, my daughter's like, "Hey, Parker, did you hear? You hear what Dad said on the radio today?" Oh my God! I just left the room.
Why did you
what's
guys
up?
stop listening?
What's up, Tucker?
I had moths eat my Persian rug.
Oh wow!
I was vacuuming, and it sucked up a whole round section right up the rug.
Oh, as you were vacuuming, it took up an entire section because that part had just been ripped apart by moths.
That's effed
It
up.
ate the roots of it, the base of the rug.
Oh man!
$3,000 rug, history.
Little bastard. So how'd you get rid of them?
I threw out the rug and vacuumed.
Burned down the
and,
house.
Burned down the house. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
I didn't think about that. Rugs. Yeah, I guess so. I guess there must be keratin in there too. All right, thanks, Tucker.
We have different types of insects that eat traditionally what we consider food items, clothing and cardboard. That's like Michael Jackson's mother.
Right. Catherine Jackson.
Catherine Jackson. Cardboard sandwich.
I'm going to go to Kevin, who worked for Terminex. Hi, Kevin. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Preston.
Hey, so you're an exterminator, or were an exterminator, right?
Yes, sir. 17 years.
Okay, and so about what we were talking about, what are some of the things you can kind of lay out for us?
If you want to Google Indian meal moths,
I don't.
Kathy will see that they're the size of like a mosquito, but they're multicolored light brown.
Okay.
for in the pantry. And the best thing for that is to throw everything that was open out, wipe down the area with a mixture of like 50-50 bleach and water.
Okay.
And then set off flea foggers.
Flea foggers. Holy Christ.
Come on.
Why didn't you, better, maybe you can verify this, Kevin. What if Nick were to blow out the pilot light on a stove, turn it on, and then throw a flare through an open window?
Well, that would work too.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would. Technically, it would work, would it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was getting to that. That's what I was getting to about how the open flames going, whether it's your hot water heater, whether it's gas stove.
Preston has reported on, there have been stories in the Bizarre File. You're exactly right with that, Kevin, where people have, we got all the bases covered and they forgot like the light in their water heater.
Hey,
yeah.
Kevin, are silverfish a problem when it comes to this type of thing as well? Some people are texting in saying that the silverfish can also get into clothes.
Silverfish can, but predominantly they're usually in like a warmer, heated area.
Disgusting.
Or up in an attic space.
But will they attack clothing?
They have, yes.
They'll attack mailmen.
Beware the silverfish is a sign of the front yard. All right, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate it, man. Have you guys ever set off one of those foggers in your house?
Preston, we've always had pets. Always had a lot of pets. And to me that would forget it.
It sucks. It sucks
and is
when you
everything
have
coated
to do
in
that because you have to take everything. It's this close to having to move.
You did it for the lice. Did you not?
No, not for lice.
Well,
but
what'd you do
we
it
had
for?
to do it another time. I don't remember
Okay.
if it was
fleas,
if it was ants or fleas or something. We did it a long time ago. I don't remember exactly what, but I just remember the act of having to clear all that crap out and then setting that off and then cleaning everything up afterwards. It was just a chore.
We did it as when I was a kid, and we got a hotel room for like 2 nights because basically you're just poisoning your entire house for an extended period of time.
And you've seen the pros will do it. They'll literally put a tent enclosure over the house.
That's what I was going to ask because in Breaking Bad, that was a cover for them to be creating meth in houses. And I was curious if they really do that. Do they tent an entire home?
I've seen homes tented like that. Yeah.
Oh, I saw a home. I drove by it and I was like, what is that? Why is that tent over the entire house? And sure enough, that's what they were doing.
Was it for termites? Do you know? Because they'll
They
sometimes
can do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes houses just like to go camping though.
No, but I mean, it was you could see like all the kids' toys were like still outside in the yard, and they just had it was a 2-story house, and they had this giant thing over it. It was I was like, oh God, let's stay away from.
Let me ask you, Preston. After it was all done, was there a film or a residue on everything?
I don't remember seeing anything. I just know I was almost like Kathy then. I felt like there was poison all over the place. You know what I mean?
God.
And just hesitant to do anything, to eat anything. I can't imagine what you have to go through if you're going to get your entire house bombed. Do you have to move everything out of the house?
I would, you know what I'd do? I would do I'd be like SEAL Team 6 and try to get it at flashpoints wherever there's a flare. To me, the notion, now we have a service that comes, an extermination service.
Yep.
And they do the stuff and they check for everything and they try to nip it in the bud, as they say, Preston. But we have, believe it or not, we have never had an issue that was like that, where you had to terminate the termites or any sort of really, really prolific bug.
Yeah, texts that are coming in, like here's one that says, tending an entire house is what you have to do for termites.
That sucks.
And it says, if you go down like to Louisiana, where termites are very
Gators.
prevalent, you will see it there a lot. So I think it's a pretty regular thing for certain regions.
Kind of does look like the circus is coming to town, though.
It does.
There's something festive about it.
If you could just stand up front and juggle for a little bit, you could probably cover the cost of your exterminator.
And, all right, well, Nick's got moths.
Yeah.
Right here in River City.
Yep, and he might or might not be wearing a tuxedo for a big black tie event.
Looking like not.
In Chicago this week.
You will still look fine. And Preston is right. It gave the option. Black tie optional.
My tie will be black.
That's all you need.
All right.
Yeah,
I went to a wedding that was recently said black tie. I had a tuxedo. I was one of 3 people that had a tuxedo. Everyone else
makes me
had
feel better.
All right, well, listen, thanks for your calls and people that are on hold. I apologize we didn't get to you, but we have a guest who is on the line. This is really cool. So, Rain, tribute to the Beatles. You guys have heard of the show before. It's so well respected and people have been enjoying for years. It's going to be at the Miriam Theater this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The guy playing John is from the area. He is from Lansdale. It's
awesome.
And we thought it'd be really cool to get him on to see how he feels about coming back and playing in the Philly area, especially at the Miriam, which is such a great theater. So please welcome Steve Landis to the show. Steve, good morning.
Good to see you guys. How you doing?
We're doing great, man. Listen, first off, you grew up in Lansdale. Did I get that correct?
Yeah.
And Lansdale is considered the Liverpool of Pennsylvania. So
wow.
He's
In a lot of
nodding.
ways, yeah. When I finally went to Liverpool, it really felt like going home. The architecture, the building.
It had
the
to.
Rain,
Yeah. How long have you been with the group Rain?
Oh boy, I joined in '98, so I think it's like nearly half my life.
Oh my God, I didn't know you've been doing it that long. That's fantastic, man. That's excellent. So when you were growing up and learning to play your instrument and learning that you had a voice and so on, were the Beatles something that you did gravitate towards naturally?
Beatles have literally always been a part of my life. My parents were fans back in the day, and I have older sisters that were fans from back in the day when they were little kids. So there was enough of a gap by the time I came along, like a dozen years later. I, just knew about them. It was like Sesame Street, Dr. Seuss, and the Beatles. So they've always been there.
That's cool. And then when did you realize that you kind of had that flavor that John has in his voice and in his performances?
I think it was as I started to get older and started to want to play music, guitar and everything, and wanted to sing. My voice just kind of naturally had his timbre and vocal range, which was nice because I was also, as I was getting older, sort of realizing who he was, what he mattered to the world, peace and love and all that sort of stuff. So it all kind of gelled.
That's awesome. Listen, there are loads of different things that people can do in the music industry. You can be a singer-songwriter performer. You can write your own songs. You can be a Broadway performer. You can sing on stage. You can sing jingles. You can do all these different kinds of things. You're portraying someone, and you're doing it. You've been doing it for a long time now. It's a part of what you do. Is there? How do you separate that from who you are as your own vocalist, as a singer? Do you feel kind of? I don't want to put a negative on that. I'm not trying to do that in any way, shape, or form. But is it? Do you find pride in it? Do you wish you could be more in your own creative world, or is this just cool for you to be able to doing this for a living?
It's like being an actor. I'm portraying a character, so in that sense, I'm just like any other Broadway performer that's portraying a role. It just in this case happens to be a musical to the point where I have to, part of my job is to sound and look just like them. It's an iconic character, and it's somebody who I love and have this passion of really trying to bring this larger than life character that is loved the world around, try to bring him to life every night. So I do other kind of music when I'm not doing this gig, but this is a passion for all of us to listen to the records and try to replicate them on stage, and for 2.5 hours be the Beatles for like-minded people in the audience.
Sure. I assume you've seen the movie Yesterday, right? The Danny Boyle film.
I really liked that.
Yeah. And in a way, you're providing that service because there are the people at the end who he feels he's going to be discovered, and they're like, "Well, thank you for keeping this going." That is something cool. I had no idea you were doing it, Preston. We were shocked that you've been doing it for so long. In that time frame, you've had to have encountered, or maybe you haven't, but has a Beatle or a Beatle adjacent entity come to see the show?
We've met a lot of the Beatle people, everyone around them, and we've invited them. We've invited Paul and Ringo to the show. Apparently we got word back from Paul that he knows what we do. He respects what we do, but it's just too personal for him in the audience, which I can certainly understand. I mean, for all of us, they're, icons. For him, it's his, schoolmates that, got to do this incredible journey together. So I can understand that. But oh yeah, we've met like, Frida Kelly, their secretary. We met Sid Bernstein, who we brought one of the times we were playing in Philly down from New York. He's the guy that took him to Shea Stadium.
Yeah.
And the cool thing for me is everybody I've met along the way has always said that they were good people, that they were not affected by their fame and riches. And that's really nice to hear as a fan that at the end of the day, these were good people that we're paying tribute to. So that's kind of a relief.
Well, I love what you do because, Steve, as a kid, I was in 5th grade, and I consider the first concert I ever went to, my mom took me to it, was a touring show called Beatlemania. And I was blown away. I would never be able to see the Fab Four. It was just not going to happen. No. This is the closest I would ever get to it. And to me, it felt like the real thing, at least close enough that I could possibly get. So what I think you're doing is a wonderful thing, especially for fans who are of the age that they never got to see any of the Beatles live, especially as a group. So it's important. I don't know if you ever saw any other Beatle tribute shows before you became a part of Rain or not, or if you did you?
I saw Beatlemania that same. I think it was at the Schubert Theater in
yes,
Philly.
for years, yeah.
Yeah, I was a little kid, and I was singing and playing music. I was doing a lot of like talent shows, in Atlantic City and all through Philly. And I thought, wow, to get to incorporate singing and performing on stage, but pretending to be the Beatles. Now, how awesome is that? And it wasn't long after that I auditioned for Beatlemania. I actually got into Beatlemania in the at the end of its touring production life. So that's kind of what led me to Rain.
Do you have a favorite era within the show to portray John in the that early '64 version or '66 when they started getting a little more experimental, or towards the end like '68, '69? Is there a favorite?
For one thing, it's all great. But for me personally, I don't know, something about the early years, the energy, 1963, 64, the suits and the Beatle boots and just the cool mod look and the energy to their music that they felt like they were going to take over the world, and you can hear it in the music, and that just, sort of like, sparks my interest every time.
I agree. I went to see Paul in his last tour that came through Philadelphia a few years ago, and he opened with 8 Days a Week, which, by the way, I didn't even realize till halfway through the song. I'm like, wait, John sings lead on this. And Paul's singing it, but it didn't matter. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I got swept up in that early, energy that they had at that era of the band, and I almost started crying. It was so amazing. So, but that's my favorite era too.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to say I've cried through many a Paul McCartney concert, because this music hits you in such a way that you don't even realize until you're seeing it performed live up on stage that it's like, oh yeah, this music matters to me.
It does.
What they're saying matters to me. Hey Jude, take a sad song, make it better. All you need is love. Give peace a chance. These are messages we need, now more than ever. But to see them performed live on stage, it's what he does. It's what we do. It's a celebration. And, to have audiences, and like you said, multi-generational now, we see, people that were around back in the day, and now they're bringing their kids, and now their kids are old enough to be bringing their kids. And they're all like swaying in time to the music, and the little kids know the words. It's just proof positive that the Beatles are going to last forever.
If by any chance Paul does come to see a show sometime, just as a joke, have him thrown out for being an imposter. I'm sure he'd get a great laugh over
Steve,
that.
I don't know if you remember this or not, but you guys were actually here a few years ago, and you did a version of Here Comes the Sun. And the time of year that you were here, the way that it landed on me personally, it's a moment that I'll never forget because we were coming out of the winter. It had been a long, cold, lonely winter. And you guys just summed it up so well. And I don't know if you did that song deliberately on that day because of it. We were, getting into spring at that point. But I want to thank you for making an impact on my life in a really positive way.
Well, thank you. And again, that's the power of the Beatles. I mean, there's a song for every mood, every time in our world. It's just their music is magical to me.
Excellent. Well, listen, enjoy the time in Philly, and while you're on tour, back in the home area, say hi to the gang. And Rain, a tribute to the Beatles, is going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Miriam Theater. It's good to see you again, Steve. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you.
Peace.
Steve Landis, guys. They were great when they were here.
I had forgotten that it was them. I just asked Casey, and I couldn't remember.
What do I have here? What is this? I have a Blu-ray combo pack of the emotionally powerful suspense film Stillwater. And Matt Damon's in it, and Tom McCarthy is the director.
Matt Damon.
Anyway, we'll take 3 callers at 215-263-WMMR. We're going to give that to you. You can own it now in digital and Blu-ray, including all in new exclusive bonus content. We'll have more giveaways in a little bit with our friends who are here with the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff, the Gridiron Pub in Aston. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
A lot of work. Good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy, which is probably why he's had a lot of work.
See, with me, it's like, who cares?
So he had said, I've been doing these for fun. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But even Matthew Perry says that he'll deliver any kind of messages, and he has done breakup videos as well. So,
that's kind of sad, though. Then what if the person likes that celebrity and now they've just ruined their life?
Well, maybe it might be a little bit of a buffer if someone you like is telling you and giving you words of encouragement.
I think it would have to depend on what type of breakup.
How bad of a breakup can it be
if you're hiring a celebrity?
That you're hiring a celebrity to do it. I mean,
I don't think it's something Nicole Brown Simpson would have done. So I think if it's more volatile, no. But I think if it's hey, we know this is over, you could have fun with this.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think a divorce would be the right thing.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, honey.
Kids and everything. And
maybe I would say a year and under. You've been dating for a year or under.
Okay.
Anything over, you can't hire a celebrity.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's been the latest, and a lot of people are up for it.
You guys ever do a cameo?
Steve has.
Hire one?
Yep. I did with Kevin Sorbo because my wife loves the show Hercules and always had a crush on him. And he did it, and he did a great job, but he talked for a while.
I did one. It wasn't a cameo. It was the musical one that I did for my brother.
This is Ian McCarran. Kathy Raimondo wants to let you know she wishes you'd stop parking in her spot.
It's my spot! I love that it's my spot now.
She's very upset with you. Wishes you'd have a little more consideration.
What did you did a musical one?
Yeah, so there's a backup singer / trumpet player for Trey's band, Jennifer Harsberg. Yeah, and so she ended up singing a song for my brother, but I wanted to do one for my daughter for her birthday, but you go through and it's like, all right, well, this person's too expensive, and then this person is not as expensive, but do they, are they as important? I don't know how much a Mark McGrath would cost.
Yeah, you can probably get 4 Mark McGraths for a Pat Sajak.
We should do our own cameos. How much would we be worth?
So,
$1,000.
So you can have longer chats, by the way. So
really?
So for example, Mark McGrath is $90 right now. I think it says. So, but if you do extend it, you can ask for. I just asked for the bare bones minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, because my wife is always crushed on Sorbo, so I said, and I told him that in the little description, and he couldn't have been better, and talked for a while,
there's a couple my best friend I want to send when his birthday's coming up in a couple of months, but I can't think because the movie lines that we throw at each other are really offbeat, obscure people who didn't even really have a career.
No, yeah.
And so I'm like, I can't find anyone.
I doubt Tom Cruise is doing them.
That would make sense. So
hi, this is Tom Cruise. You can't handle the truth, but apparently you can handle a lot. Billy says thanks for last night.
Tie Todd Glass is here.
Yeah!
Oh, God.
Yeah. Feel
wow. It's exciting every time.
We'll be at Helium Comedy Club.
It is incredibly exciting.
Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not done speaking yet.
Sorry. I'm a different person than I used to be.
Are you?
Really?
Is it because of this treatment that you've had done?
I'm just, I listen more, and I'm not as no. I feel crazy right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be here.
You told me in the green room that you're now a full Hasidic rabbi.
And he knew because of the things on the sides.
And I didn't want to. I should have let you announce.
That's my improv skills.
All right, well, let's
things on the side.
Let's bring everybody in on this on what we're talking about. So Todd requested that we have a certain treatment done. Casey, did he contact you about it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe this is all the rage in Los Angeles these days, but
here.
Yeah, and here. Well,
And here.
we talked about it here on our show where I think we initially heard of it as a like on-site hangover treatment.
Yes.
Where if you put one on the night before you weren't feeling all that great, that there's a service that will come to your office or residence or whatever, and they'll administer an IV and that is filled with like saline,
gummy bears,
B12, and stuff like that.
Well, you remember our calendar shoot when we had that little snafu when they showed up, the bachelor party that had all of the equipment. It was like the leftovers of this treatment that they had done.
But so many people are doing it now, and apparently it's effective.
Well, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop because I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
I've heard of the hangover thing, but I didn't know that this is all the rage, as you were saying.
That's what I hear.
There's facilities specifically for this now.
Okay. Well, the facility that we have here is called City Hydration. And Christy is here from City Hydration. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are
Nice
you?
to see you. I'm wonderful. But what were you going to say, Todd?
No, I was going to say something. I bet that she could probably explain it better than me. So then I was like, well, probably you were right to go her way. But now that I have your attention,
yes,
I real quick, I have friends that have done it over the years. And even 15 years ago, I would hear about it. But it was just to me someone did on the set or that had money. I always thought. And
it was for the wealthy.
It was only for the wealthy.
Only for the wealthy, the 1%ers.
And so it's not a new thing. It's just new that you're able to do it. But my friend said at first you do it like maybe you're under the weather, but then you realize how good you feel. You're like, you know what? I just want to feel real good for my wedding or for something you're doing one day that you just want to feel great. You're going to a concert at night, so like in the day, you're just at your best.
Yeah, Todd, I saw a special on it. It was a local. It might have been you, City Hydration Services, and they were talking about it's now become a ritual for a lot of people because I just normally associate it with a hangover thing. Okay, but there are apparently just wellness aspects to it. So, what's in your bag, Todd? What do you? Because you're getting right now.
Mine now. I don't want you to laugh at me.
He's hooked up to an IV right now.
Right now, he has an IV needle into his
arm. And by the way, my palms are sweating.
Yeah, Kathy hates needles.
Looking at that IV in your arm.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Kathy will not be using this service.
Some people, it's same with some people. It doesn't really like for me. It was just like it sounds like this is I'm not doing an ad for it.
Yeah.
But it was like a pinch, same, and then now I'm not even thinking.
Well,
about
you're a regular intravenous drug user. So
well, I am.
Nothing.
In all
for
fairness, mine does have mashed potatoes in it.
Wow.
So, wow. Just because I felt she said I look low on gravy, and I said, well, then
let's top that off.
Give me 2 bags of gravy.
I would say this.
Funny, John. Look how my friend John.
You have a friend here, I guess. So what is he? Is he the this is a double-blind experiment? If he passes away, you're good.
I started his intravenous about 20 minutes before mine. If he drops dead, I pull mine out early.
No, this has been vetted quite a lot. People are using this quite often.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, your name is Christy. Is that
Christy, yes.
So how's business been? Is it booming?
It is booming. We've been around for about 2 years now, and it was slow going in the beginning because it's really not well known on the East Coast. I first saw this business in California. Then I moved to Colorado. They were everywhere in Colorado. And when I realized there wasn't anything like this in Philadelphia, I decided to move home and give it a shot with opening one up.
Now, are your customers primarily well-known comedians looking for free stuff?
Yeah. Our customers are everything. I mean, you have the tired mom, you have the professional athletes, you have cold and flu patients. I mean, we're kind of all across the board with the clients we see.
That's what I was going to ask about. Cold, like if you're sick, if you have the flu, you need your fluids replenished. People come to you just if they're not feeling so hot. They'll come in for that.
Yeah. So our cold and flu infusion has been incredibly popular this year. It seems to be hitting everybody and pretty hard at that. So we see people come in when symptoms are starting. We'll have people come in because their wife and their kids are sick. We'll have people come in when it's just been dragging on and they can't really get over the hump of the cold. We tell everyone our cold and flu infusion, it's all antioxidants. It is not a cure for the flu. It's not a cure for a cold. It's just going to help your body, boost your immunity, and help you get over it a lot faster.
So you recover quicker?
Exactly.
Okay.
A common question coming up, text messages, how much does it cost?
Yes. So it really varies. I mean, most of our infusions are customized by our clients depending on how they're feeling and what they're needing. It starts at $75 for a plain bag with nothing mixed in, and we've seen them go as expensive as $300 plus with the additives they choose.
So, okay, but if you book it through us, free.
Yeah.
Now, is it so the one with nothing in it? No, not nothing in it. It's not a novelty bag. But what
What's the $75 bag?
What is the basic
so
fluid?
The $75 bag is just plain saline. And a lot of people think like the vitamins and stuff are beneficial when really the hydration aspect of it is where you feel the best.
So Todd, you had with the heart issue. I had my deal.
I play younger.
But
well, is that an issue?
I don't want you to lose your job on Riverdale. But the saline thing is always what they give you, and it kind of it gets you back up and running.
It really makes you feel like you're revived.
Yeah. All right, how is this different than just drinking a lot of liquids or electrolytes?
I mean, so that's a great question. So absorption via the GI tract is variable, and it's susceptible to first pass metabolism, which is really just a fancy way of saying that a portion of what's taken in by mouth is filtered through the gut and the liver, and it's not really hitting your bloodstream.
You're going right in.
Yeah, exactly.
All
So
right.
this is 100% absorption. It bypasses your GI tract. It's not filtered as much. It's going right into the blood cells.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Whenever I've had an IV, it's weird because you'll start to feel it. I felt.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a placebo
What, like
thing
in
going
your
on.
body?
Well, you start to feel
cold.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Really? It's very common. You feel cold pretty much instantly. Your hand or your arm, wherever it's infusing, you'll start to feel a little cold. A lot of people taste the B vitamins. Do you taste it, Tom?
No.
Yeah.
I taste the donut I had.
Yeah, a majority of people will taste those B vitamins. It kind of tastes like a Flintstones vitamin. It's not too terrible. But it's the hydration that's really giving you that immediate difference. We have a lot of people that love B12 in their infusions. It's
B12 is the big thing. You always hear B12 mentioned.
And I tried B12, and I was not looking to think. I didn't want to make pretend it was working if it didn't. So I was during the day. I go, I don't know if I feel it. At night, absolutely. What I always say is clear-headed, and I did it one more time. I don't need to do it every day, but it was another thing I was going to. I was like, God, I liked the way that was the first time. I went and did it again, and not lightheaded, clear-headed, And to me, it feels like the B12 right now, but like 3 times.
How often do you do it, Todd?
I've only done the B12 twice.
Just twice? Okay.
Yeah, so this to me, the closest I can get to ever feeling it was that. This right now, even now, and it's only been in there for 20 minutes, it feels like 3 times that. It feels very nice.
All right, so should you go to your doctor before you do something like this?
So we actually
Let's keep them out of this.
We have physicians on staff. All of our staff are critical care nurses, so ER, ICU, lots of experience. And our physicians are also part of this.
Okay.
All right, the reason I ask is because I remember I started taking a multivitamin because I thought you should take a multivitamin. And then my doctor was like, don't take a multivitamin. You shouldn't take that. You should check with me before you take any vitamins of any type because
Always
you
good.
may not need those or they may be counterproductive.
Well, a lot of these facilities, at least the ones that I know of, it is either retired nurses or nurses who are out of their field that are now moving on to open up something like this.
Yeah, we kind of chose a little bit of a different business model. We wanted our nurses to still be based in hospitals, skills very fresh. They're great at IVs. They're quick to think. They're just more prepared. I feel like when they have been in action profession and they're working in hospitals and then coming into work.
You want actual medical personnel doing this. You don't want a guy in a van doing
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Yeah.
All right. So so this is something that you're digging. So how amongst other comedians and stuff, do you see this a lot? Other people, entertainers using this a lot?
I've just always heard stories like, they got someone didn't feel well. They got a mobile. They called it a mobile nurse.
Yeah.
Okay. And they come because they're nurses. They're registered nurses.
It's a classic, Todd. Because he it's the same reason why you serve your water in a glass jug in your and it's the reason why you wanted a circular driveway. You just sort of project wealth when it comes to this sort of stuff, right?
Well, you just want to find out. What are you talking about?
He's talking about you. You wanted the hedges trimmed when you were a kid. You're about presentation. Yeah. You're about making sure you're at your best.
Well, why not?
Yes.
Why not? Do you have a company that come out and put some low energy in you? Yeah, I want to have a little lower energy.
I want to be sedate and a social outcast.
And I want to tell you guys something, and I don't mean to jump right to it, but I know how it works. You got to get funny quick. People, can I tell you something? Go off the top. When I come in here every time, how can I get people to come to my show? Not like in a begging way. Look, you go to Netflix. If you think I'm funny, if you're not familiar with me. Also, by the way, tonight I will be on Jimmy Kimmel. We already recorded it, but we did it from his club in Las Vegas. And it's with the whole band, and it's the most different stand-up set I've ever done, seriously, in my career on late-night television.
You've been calling this the event of a lifetime.
I have. Yes. There you go. It's what it says.
Yeah,
that's the name of my tour.
Of a lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
And I have the whole band with me on the show. So I've never done a late-night set with the whole band.
Yeah.
So they're all there. John over here, he is the keyboard guy in the band.
And he's currently he blew right through his bag.
Wait.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Seriously,
his bag is empty.
Yeah,
you're right.
What is it about a keyboard player that has them suck up their juice quicker?
Is he in your Netflix?
By the way, Steve, you got 3 cackles out of me this morning, and it's like not the most appealing thing about yourself because you think that's who you really are. In the other room, you said something, I went. I'm like, I guess that's how I laugh when I don't have time to do the fake laugh, like,
God, is John in your Netflix special?
No, John is not.
Okay,
John in that Netflix
When are you going to
special.
film your Netflix special?
Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to film the one that aired already.
I love the last one, by the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when you come to my live show, I seriously take responsibility for the minute you get in there, I want it to be an experience. When you're buying your ticket, what it's like, the music you're listening to in the bar before you go into the showroom, what you hear when you leave the showroom. So and then the band as people are being sat. So I really care about the show. So if that's any reason, because people spend money they don't have. Sometimes they spend money they don't have. They park, babysitters, everything ends up costing. And as I do comedy longer, I try to remember that. I've made mistakes in the past when you didn't give it your best. So now,
put your hand down
so
that you drain quicker.
Hey, by the way, he just reached over to calm Todd down for a moment while he's streaming done.
So, your Netflix special is really, really great. Very, very meticulous. And I know all stand-up comedians or most successful stand-up comedians really, every single beat is rehearsed and practiced. And with the band, you take it to a whole new level. Now, I had also heard when you talk about the experience for the fan, for the people that are spending money to go to your show, that I heard that you, even with the green room, you will go in and you'll spend money and you'll decorate the green room just to sort of make sure that it's
it gets sometimes that stuff, and I don't know if it's my own insecurities. It gets exaggerated, but basically what I've done is you're in a green room. It's really bright.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lamp. Most clubs, if they figured out after years, if you're it's people are going to be hanging in here, that is not conducive to hanging out.
You want mood lighting.
So at Target, you buy a lamp and you leave it.
Right.
You leave it for the club. You're like, there you go, and now hopefully every comedian uses it.
I hear
stuff like
it's
that.
about presentation. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah.
So you're very proud of this. I have to ask you because on your Twitter page you have all these animations these cartoons to promoting the show. Is there the chance that we're going to see a Todd Glass animated series or
no? But it's fun. They Josh would take these. They were called mashups. They would take literally you talking about a sketch and turn it into a sketch. It was really a cool way to do it.
They're
Like,
well done.
Yeah, because you're just talking it. You know, like sometimes you'll talk a sketch. You'll be like, yeah, what if this? And they would take it to life. And they ended up on the internet.
They're very funny. They're bits of your routines and stuff, and they're animated, and it's the animation's top level.
And did I ever tell you that speaking of animation? Yeah, speaking of that, speaking of other things, this happens, a little turnaround, you put it all in a bowl. Next thing you know, who's to say you can't talk about the frame situation that happened before? So,
you have a personal experience?
You never know the way it turns around in conversation.
Best segue I've ever But seriously, was Dunkirk necessary?
Put it in a bowl, spin it around.
I brought my dad. I don't mean to, but by the way, you know my dad did.
All right, real quick, I want to hit a couple of short outs if you guys don't mind. I'm trying to get rid of these. We're a short work week this week with us headed to Chicago, so I want to make sure I do that. This was from Marlena Ivy. She says this is for her boyfriend, Josh. They've been together for 12 years. This Halloween, their first date was a Pearl Jam concert in 2009.
Excellent.
And it was our senior year of high school, and we've been together ever since.
God, that's when Nick's tuxedo had...
Just didn't have any holes in it. He's been there for me through thick and thin, so whenever you can please send a big, juicy, meaty happy anniversary shout out to Joshua. That'd be great. Thanks, you guys, from Marlena. There's a chart. This one I'm sending a shout out to Brittany. Because she ordered a bottle of Blanton's bourbon for me. And I said, you don't have to do that. She lives in Cleveland, actually, as a podcaster. And I said, no, look, thank you. I appreciate that.
Very
it's wonderful.
sweet.
You don't have to go to that much trouble. But I want to give some love to her and thank her. And she does a podcast called the Being Better with Brittany podcast. And it's just kind of some self-help and help you out in your relationships and stuff like that. So, Brittany, thank you. There's a shout out for you. And thank you for listening in Cleveland. We appreciate it. And another one says, hey, this is from my girlfriend, Jen, longtime listener, introduced me to your show when we met during the pandemic. We listen to the podcast every day. We always talk about what we heard on the show. She is my rock and never fails to make me smile. Her birthday is Monday, October 25th, so I missed it a couple of days ago. That's me saying that, not him. And I know that it would make her day if you could give her a shout out. We listen to a podcast, every podcast, so on or around the 25th be amazing. That is from Kevin Coop. So there's a shout out.
And you were on and around. You got it.
Yep.
Yeah,
made it in
not bad.
the ballpark. I would like to reiterate, well, first I want to, let me reiterate the announcement made earlier this morning concerning the Camp Out for Hunger. Next week, okay, so we're going to do something on one of the evenings. We wanted to do a nighttime thing that was special that we've never tried before. So we have an event that we are calling Food Trucks and Fireworks.
Yeah.
Two great tastes that taste great together. So we have lined up 10 food trucks and an entire fireworks celebration display taking place from Celebration Fireworks, by the way.
And there's activities and all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah, there's going to be the mobile escape room and axe throwing. I think it's inflatable axe throwing because they won't let us do the real thing. But nonetheless, Bates Motel is involved in that, and we have our sponsor is Michelob Ultra. So this is going to be Thursday night, the 4th, next Thursday from 5 to 8 p.m., and Marissa lined up all these great food trucks. It's going to be hopefully a nice big crowd. Hopefully we get a good evening, and then we get a celebration of fireworks. So it's going to start around 5. You want to get there early, get lined up, and start getting your food, and then the fireworks display at the end at 8 o'clock, and then we'll shut things down. Hey, keep in mind, carnival rides and stuff there.
Yes.
Skelly's is going to have their stuff as well.
This is so important because we didn't know how things were going to play out, and we know that last year was really clamped down. It was still, the result was awesome, and we wanted to get back closer to where we have been, but we had to do it the right way to have this thing that we've never tried before as a big event at night.
Yep. As
sort of the pièce de résistance of the whole thing is perfect.
And we wanted to do something that was outside.
Exactly.
So we could accommodate a few more people. The inside, the broadcast area, it's going to be smaller this year, fewer numbers, just staying safe. We're going to have masks required and that whole deal. So come by if you can. We're going to ask people to filter in and out. And we don't know how it's going to be. We don't know how many people are coming. We just have to get out there and do it and try it and see what happens. And if we need to move people in and out, we'll do that. If we don't, then everything will be fine.
Exactly,
so
playing it.
We're just trying it.
we're improving. The one thing we just want to make sure is we don't get shut down for any reason.
And we just want everybody to feel safe, too. So another cool aspect to this, and by the way, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com and check out all the food trucks that are going to be there. And we're going to, keep hitting that information all next week. But also, the Fill a Trunk Camp Out Car Show is this weekend.
Yes,
as well.
yeah. Huge.
That is on Sunday. So this is going to be cool. Third annual one that's taking place. It's a literal food drive. The Fill a Trunk Car Show, a literal food drive with over 20 area car clubs participating. It is organized and hosted by the Porsche Club of America. And you can head out and see loads of different types of vehicles, from exotics all the way down to, just cool classic cars, and just anything that you can imagine are going to be there. So it's going to be, here's the deal. It says gates open at 10. Spectators welcome to check out all the cars. Xfinity Live opens at 11 a.m. for lunch. 3 bands on stage, by the way. Food trucks and the Eagles game on the big screen at 1 o'clock. So that's this Sunday
amazing.
for you. And I know that is Halloween, but it's earlier in the day.
It is. And by the way, so it's only been done this way once. Last year, they couldn't do it. They had to do it in a different way. The first year was so well done. And so the crowd was managed really well. And it's like an ultimate car show with all sorts of things going on.
Mm-hmm.
And what they put together organically, by the way, by themselves, is amazing.
Yep.
Well, did you have plans on this break here, Preston?
I'm just going to do like some junk drawer stuff. Why,
Okay.
you got
Well,
something?
because I just wanted to, maybe highlight a few things that we are actually planning on doing that week as well. Because one thing that is also coming back is the Papa Shot Championship.
Yes.
So last year we did a virtual Papa Shot where the coaches actually filmed themselves without knowing the results from the other coaches, and they did free throws and 3 points. Well, we're bringing the Papa Shot machine back into the tent. Coach Donahue from UPenn is going to defend his title, and I have the hang on a second. I have the trophy here, the McCandy Cup official trophy, and Steve Donahue has won 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Wow.
He has won 4 times. He is the almost undisputed champion, but he's going to defend his title. And the other cool thing is that Mark Zumoff is coming out of retirement.
Out of retirement for this event.
I'm so excited that
Yes.
he's going to be there and calling it live. There's nobody better. And to have him, you don't have to.
No, he does not. But he's going to do it anyway. And he was so quick to respond to the request. It was just awesome.
He insisted that he do it.
He did. And as a matter of fact, when we had him on the show after he announced his retirement, he said to us, we didn't ask him, he said to us, I'm coming back for your Papa Shot
I love that.
championship.
And it's so cool because he does such a good job. And I think we're going to meet his new counterpart, correct, Case?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Kathy's working on Kate Scott.
Yes.
Also, with Zumoff, he got to ring the bell at the Sixers game the other night, and the ovation that he got at the Sixers game was so well deserved. And it was really cool to see Sixers fans cheer this guy who's done so much for the city and so much for the team over the years.
That's awesome.
And speaking of ring the bell, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but the Sixers are playing 2 home games next week on Monday night and Wednesday night. The hope is that you guys will ring the bell at one of those games as well.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Quick question. Can we all get down there? Is that something they would allow?
Well, yeah. I mean,
That's
I don't know.
Wait, for what? The ring of the bell?
Yeah,
that everyone's
I think we
there.
were all there.
We were all there
Yeah, we did it.
before.
We did
Yeah.
it one time.
I mean, that's the way it should be.
Yeah. But I think they max out at like 2 mallets, right?
I think just one. So I did the bell
Let the drummer
ringing.
do it.
Yeah.
But you guys
We
can.
just kind of stood by your side.
Yeah, you
Well,
guys can do that.
If you guys recall, the first time we went, we were there. You guys were supposed to ring the bell, and there was condensation on the floor.
Yes.
Oh, it
And
was
they-
actually fog, right?
Well, no, it was
Yeah, it was
water.
water.
We
Yeah.
didn't know.
That
They
was-
didn't know if it was coming up from the ice underneath the floor. They had to cancel the game.
I remember
They
that.
had tens of
we-
thousands of people.
We ducked out of there before they made the announcement
That was
because we know this town.
Yeah.
And
We're gonna go now.
Yeah, we're gonna slip out of here. We were talking to the executives, and they were so nervous. They were like, they couldn't believe it. I mean, A, you have to cancel the event, but B, you have to tell everyone who went to the trouble to come all the way down there. Of course, they were going to get compensated and everything, but the fact that they went out of their way to come down for a game and then it got canceled, wow, we wanted to not be around for that part of it.
Right.
But yeah, we're getting excited for it. So it's next week. So we're off and running. All right, yeah, junk drawer case. You mind if I?
Yeah, you know what? I had to
dig a couple things out.
I actually had to reset the system here. Give me 1 sec. Okay, here we go.
Okay. There we go. All right, the junk drawer. Let's see what we have in here. Oh, the CEO of Spanx.
Yes.
The
Wear them all the time.
The tights, I guess, for
They're
lack of a better term.
What did they used to be called? No, like it's like you wear it underneath. If you're wearing a dress or something like that, they come in all forms. They can come in full leggings,
Like a
but
girdle?
Yeah, like sometimes they're shorts. Sometimes it's just for the tummy.
it
Sometimes it's
shapewear?
for the
Shapewear.
butt. Sometimes for the legs.
So the CEO gave her employees a bit of a gift last week, and it was because they were celebrating that the company is now worth $1.2 billion.
Wow.
So Sarah Blakely, who founded Spanx in 2000 with just $5,000 to her name,
Amazing.
gave each of her more than 500 employees double that, $10,000, as well as 2 first-class plane tickets to anywhere in the world.
Wow.
Anywhere
Yeah.
in the
That's nice.
world.
That's great.
That's outstanding.
I love to hear when people do that. I mean, their product is far superior to others out there that are very similar. I mean, others will work, but
Sounds like you should get some tickets to anywhere in the world.
I'm endorsing her now. No, but I mean, it is. It really is. So the fact that she's made all of this money and she can do that for her employees, it's great.
She added something else to that as well. Did you know that, Press?
No.
$10,000 spending cash.
I said that.
Oh, you did? Oh,
yeah, she gave $10,000 as well as 2 first-class plane tickets to anywhere in the world. So you not only get to go on a trip, you get to spend your ass off while you're on that trip.
Imagine if you're there and she whips this out. I mean, there have been some incredibly. I forget there was another story we had maybe last year, Preston. The guy just made tons and tons of money and parsed it out to all his employees.
Yeah.
And again, we're looking at some footage now of the people who found out the news. Like, oh my God!
Like, I would love to do that. If you know what I mean.
Yes.
For somebody, like, if you could do that, I would love it. It would be. I don't know. It would be so nice to see all those people like.
Right?
out
How about
and-
we send Connor to Bryn Mawr?
Well, when we worked at Y100, Dan Lerner, when he sold the company, he ended up like for all the full-time employees, he gave them like $2,000 for every year that they worked at the radio station.
He called it a loyalty bonus.
Yeah.
And for every year, I thought it was $1,000, but I don't remember. Maybe it was $2,000 for each year that you had been employed.
It was 2, I remember, because $2,000 was at that time for me was just life
gravy.
Yes,
big time.
Well, you had that story this morning, Preston, about Keanu Reeves doing it for his stuntman.
Yeah.
Leno was always really generous to all the employees at the time.
Drew Carey would do stuff like that. Yep.
Conan O'Brien does it for his writers as well. So there are people out there that take care of their staff. It's nice.
Yep.
And by the way, I don't necessarily wear Spanx, but I do have these bicycle shorts that I wear that are what do you call it? It's like
sexy.
It's like not a unitard. Maybe it is.
Unicorn?
Well, either way, it comes up over my gut and it sucks everything in.
So it has a girdle-ish kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah, and I got those because I just was always worried that my butt crack could be hanging out if I was bent
Wait, you
over.
wear those under the shorts?
No, those are my shorts.
Oh, got
Yeah, those are my shorts, but they come up and, I basically, I look like King Kong Bundy when I put it on, but it does.
Can you lend those to Nick for the event tomorrow night?
I could.
Hi, guys.
Yeah.
This is like black underwear owning?
Yeah.
But, Kath, it comes up all
Ladies
the way
and gentlemen, King Kong Bundy.
It comes up all the way over my gut, and it sucks everything in. It makes me look thinner than I actually am.
And you know what? Now that I think about it, so yes, you were right. It is shapewear, but she does have leggings. I have like a bunch of pairs of them, and that's what it is. It's outerwear, like Casey's talking about, but it's sucking you in and kind of slimming you down a little.
Okay. Well, they're making a killing, and she wanted to share the wealth. That was pretty cool. It's great to hear when stuff like that happens.
Send free leggings to your loyal customers.
Yeah. All right. How about this? Oh, wait. Let me officially dig my arm into the junk drawer.
Ooh.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Let one squeak out. Jeff Bezos' space company Blue Origin wants to build a new commercial space station for tourism, as well as for hosting science experiments and possibly manufacturing.
So I saw the CGI realization of it. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's called Orbital Reef.
It looks like a huge vagina just to match the Amazon rocket.
Oh, could you see that docking? Didn't SNL back in the early days? They did like the
Soyuz and.
Well, no, it was the rocket ship, and there was a donut, and they there was the male and female aliens meeting each other, and that's how they docked. So anyhow, so they said it would be around the same size as the International Space Station, would be able to accommodate about 10 people. There's a lot of steps between here and there, though, as so far Blue Origin has only carried a few suborbital flights, but it was disclosed in a news conference that the company plans to work with startup Sierra Space to make the space station a reality. which they will co-finance. Boeing plans to design a research module on the station, and they're also expected to have NASA as an anchor tenant.
I remember one of the coolest things, and it was one of the multitude of reasons why I adored the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, when in the beginning of the film you see, at that time it existed, Pan Am Space Clipper taking people up to the spinning space station, and there's the Howard Johnsons and hotels on it. They did such a good job of indicating what that would be like. It'd be fascinating. I don't think it's going to be that level of amenity on this thing, but it's still incredibly cool.
The space elevator, is that something that is still...
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's an interesting concept that it's, that immediately when we heard it, we're like, well, okay, how soon before the space escalator? But the concept is actually very sound.
And in the movie, not Interstellar...
Ad
Astra.
Yeah. Brad Pitt.
You see like a rendering of it or what it could potentially
and what could go wrong.
And
All right.
Oh, I don't like the wrong part.
No, you don't want to fall off one of those bad boys.
All right, here's another item. Well, let me see. I have to dig actually into the junk drawer.
This is why we're getting in the Hall of Fame here.
Awards. So Chrissy Teigen, this is going to key off of a tweet that she had posted a little while ago. She wrote, "Oh my God, I'm just casually mentioned that I was checked for scoliosis all through elementary school, where we removed our shirts and bent over, and no one at my dinner knows what I'm talking about." But people soon started chiming in with their own memories of perfunctory school health checks. And I remember them doing scoliosis checks.
Yeah, but we didn't have to take our shirts off. You just had to pull
that.
your shirt up in the back, bend over so they could see your spine.
Yeah, right. And we only did it one time. I think you had a scoliosis check in 5th grade. That was the thing that you did in 5th grade.
A bit older. We had bubonic plague check.
Okay.
And
see if you had fleas.
Yeah.
No, we had to do it each year for if you played a sport. They gave you
scoliosis.
They just gave you a health check that included that every year. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that being happening more than once. Me personally, but maybe they just did it one time at your school, Casey. And then people were chiming in with their memories, and one person said we were checked for scoliosis, color blindness, and lice.
Wow.
I definitely remember the lice checks. Do you guys remember
Yes,
those?
I do remember the lice checks.
Yeah.
And then I used to eat wheat checks at the same time. They never checked for moths. Do you notice that, Preston?
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently, it's such a virulent problem. You think they would have done a little more investigation.
You guys still have an issue.
There's a special comb that they would use for the lice checks because they didn't want to pass the comb on to the next kid if there were any nits on there.
Yep.
I don't remember any colorblind checks. You guys had those?
Oh, yeah.
I remember looking at the little
colors,
the colors, the little
prints.
bubbles,
If you could
or
see the
circles,
numbers,
and you
yeah.
could see the numbers and so on. But I remember that being for a specific, let's see if you're colorblind. I remember studying that in class and saying
It was
"Here's
for
what colorblind
scoliosis.
people say." Yeah, but so I remember that, and then there's some explanations why they've fallen by the wayside. Dr. Daniel Ganjian, a pediatrician in Santa Monica, says these were once done at school because children didn't go to the doctor as regularly as they do now.
There you go.
Now, because kids are going so regularly and frequently, a lot of these screenings are referred back to pediatricians.
Christ, when I used to go to Dr. Del Toro, the family doctor. He's a wonderful guy, and he took care of all of us. But he would sit there during exams, Preston, and smoke.
Oh,
yes,
my God.
yeah.
Dude, that was my dentist and my dad. After our checkups, they would go into his office, have a cigarette.
Yeah.
He also says that many schools have had budget cuts and no longer have registered nurses that can actually do these checks, as you must be trained to do them, and that there were concerns that kids were being over-screened. Ganjian said that the health checks done in school aren't necessarily a bad thing, as it could make parents get a little push to go to the doctor for a well check if they weren't already, and can sometimes catch kids who haven't been to the doctor's office for years.
Yeah, I remember years. I remember when we got our shots back in school years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
And I had it. Eventually, it took decades for it to sort of flatten out, but I had the indentation in the arm from the the polio vaccine and all that stuff.
Hang on a second.
And the bubonic plague.
Somebody texted in and said we had hearing checks. I remember doing
Yes.
hearing checks. Yep, raise your hand.
I do that now.
I still have to do those
Just
with
for fun?
my tinnitus. Just for fun?
Yeah.
Well, I have.
I love that. Boop.
Wait,
Wait, I heard that.
wait,
Wait, did you hear something?
Left ear.
Left ear.
Right ear and left ear. Both. Yeah.
Woof.
I do.
Woof. What were you gonna say, Case?
No, I have hearing loss in my left ear.
Left hand.
And I
You hear
have
that
to,
dog.
I have to get hearing checks once a year just to make, because it's weird that you have it like in the left
Yes,
ear.
it's weird.
And, yeah, it's just,
As you get it every year?
I have to. Just
The last
make
hearing
sure.
check I got, I said that I had hearing loss on my elbow, and so I
That's-
didn't think it was
That makes
legit,
no
right?
sense,
It doesn't
no.
make any sense.
But I will say, like, when you sit there in that soundproof room with those headphones on, like, I feel like I'm hearing things, and
You
so,
are.
like, you hear like a whoop.
I am the god of hellfire. No, you get very aware.
Yeah.
So I actually got in. They used to have it in New York. It was acoustically a almost completely dead room.
Right.
And when you go in there, it is the same experience I had in the sensory deprivation tank. You hear everything.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's because, like, I have tinnitus,
Yeah.
so I hear something all the time.
Yeah.
And when I go into a room like that, I am acutely aware of that. So I get, hearing tests from time to time. And you might have, to a much, 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 much lesser degree,
Right.
a little sound that might be there all the time, and it's your your inner ear playing tricks with you.
But so many times I'm just sitting there, and I'm. It's almost like I'm defeated because I'm just sitting there. I go, I don't know. I think I heard something in my left, and I'm like, maybe something in my right. And then I also have to like repeat words that they're saying.
Right.
And sometimes it's like I'm pretty sure they said hot dog. I'm like hot dog, and it's
That's what you're supposed to do. That's they purposely pick some words that you might mistake for others. And I just got one done less than a month ago.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, and the voice comes out and says, "You will say hot dog. You will say envelope.
Really?
You will say insurance." Yeah, and then you have to go, insurance.
Yeah.
Hot dog. Butthole. I just made that one up.
Yeah,
I
wait,
should just start saying,
You will touch
Steve,
it.
Steve would just start saying extremely profane things every single time.
Queef bag.
Nut bag.
You
Nut
will
hole.
say nut bag. O-ring. Queef. Discharge. Handy.
That's 2 handy references today.
Splooge.
I had to go see a neural ophthalmologist after my fall this year, and Casey was really similar. There was this eye test that I had to do. It was on the back of a white dome, and they flashed a very minuscule white light, and they moved it all around the dome. I've never had to take an eye test like this before.
Oh, wow.
But after a certain amount of time, you're sitting there and you see this light appear, and you're supposed to keep staring in the same direction the whole time, right? You keep your eyes focused on the middle, and they are testing your field of vision. So there's a white light over here, and at some point you're just like, I don't know.
You
I'm
feel
guessing
like you're
at this
tripping
point.
or something,
Well,
right?
and just guessing, and you know that you're in the middle of taking this test, and you hit a button when you see the white light, and then eventually I'm just like,
on the dome.
I guess I don't know, sure,
yeah,
and it becomes
You're like defeated. You're like, oh God.
yeah.
I'm
I
not
felt
good
bad
at
about
this.
myself. Yeah,
Let me out! I know. I get the same sensation when doing those hearing tests. I'm like, I think I heard
guess.
something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you take your best guess. That's part of the
You ever
test.
try to fake out an eye test, or you're like,
Oh, yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
And you're trying really hard. And you're like, wait, why am I trying so hard? I can't. I'm
supposed
this
to get
is
assessed.
supposed to show me how badly my
show
sight
them.
is.
Yeah. Like, I'm
I'll get this
stupid.
right. I know.
I'm so dumb.
I can't read these words. They're not words. They're just letters.
I get excited about the color blindness one because I know I can do that one well. I'm
Yes.
like, I'm going to ace this sumbitch.
Right.
Like,
Wait till they see.
Wait right here, Nick.
Best-
Eddie, come in here. Come on. You've got to see this young man.
Best color identifier ever. I'm going to
16.
press the hell out of them.
I don't want to give you an inflated sense of ego, but you're one step away from an X-Men.
Anyhow, yeah, she was just bringing that up, and the people at her party did not recall the scoliosis checks and all that stuff. So that was interesting. Listen, I want to take a break. We need to stay a little bit on time because got a flight to catch, and I want to make sure also that you're with us because we have a chance for you to win the Word of the Week prize here in just a little while. But listen, our friends at the Gridiron Pub have been here all morning long, and they dropped off some food, and it's fantastic because tomorrow night is the Thursday night kickoff, and Brent Porsche is going to be there from 7 to 9. They're in Aston, and I have a $25 gift card for caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR. And Gridiron Pub is great It's wonderful to meet up with friends and family. You can have fun, enjoy great food and drinks. Gridiron Palm has incredible food made only with fresh ingredients. So give us a call now. We'll come back with the B-File.
Passed away. That is the truth.
Yes.
But I brought him to after he passed away, I dragged him to a frame shop. And I told them, this is a true story. That's why I was wanting to get in here. How important it was to me. I said, I said, this is my dad. He's dead. And I want to have him framed. And I go back next week. Oh, no. He's not there. And the shirt is framed. I go, what are you doing, my dad?
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that pisses you off. You tell me you didn't pay.
Can I add my serious thoughts to that for whatever it's worth?
Serious
that wasn't my serious.
Wait, that didn't happen?
That wasn't my serious. Is that I know from knowing this happened once with somebody's pictures after a wedding.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the most empathy that it is met with, the easier it makes for you to try to go. Like if it's like I think what happens. Let's say it's a picture of your grandmother, whatever it is. Yeah. What would you have wanted your grandmother to do in that situation? Like to be nice to this person, to be. Like she'd probably want it to be the best scenario in the world. So if someone meets it with knowing how important it is, like to just go, they look genuinely crushed. To me, it would make it easier to go, look, people make mistakes even on these big things, and try to meet it with, it sucks, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You know, but it helps when it's met with empathy. And I know someone that dealt with it once with pictures. It wasn't met. It was met with just like matter-of-factness. Like, yeah, sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, I think this person needs more than that right now.
Yeah. Would you freak out?
I would try to, I really would hopefully try to go to the best place I could be and go, I could do this. This is that person. I know it sounds a little cheesy. It's basically me. Like, could you say, could have that happened to you? Yeah, I could have done a stupid thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they lost a body on you. I mean, that's
yeah.
I mean, that's
deceased dad.
I mean, does the shirt at least still smell like him, or
a little bit?
Why have we as a society not ever entertained the notion of taxidermy when it comes to loved ones?
You know, I heard it's illegal. I asked somebody once, like 10 years ago, and it's illegal.
I've only seen it in foreign countries where they've done stuff like that.
No.
Yeah, you don't look healthy.
Not taxidermy. They bury it.
It depends on what place you bring it to. I know
Maybe
a guy.
I can get it next time I come in here. Could you get a taxidermist that does people? I want to start talking to him on your show, and then I want to be left here in the Preston and Steve studio. If I die and you're still doing the show, I want to sit over in the corner with a drip bag from City Hydration.
Yep.
Can I tell you something that I noticed? Now, do you want it to be about what we're talking about right now, or just to be something completely
Can I get serious?
different?
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever you want.
Let's get serious.
Well, I think it's great. People that there's a name for these people, and they're called 2 minute. They want to tell you how close to where they live is to something, and it really is a thing. These people that go like, "Oh, where I live in 2 minutes. I'm in Gulf Mills in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I get to the Tony to my bridge 8 minutes. 8 minutes I get there. John, fill it in the background real much. 2 minutes.
I go 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I get down there. 17 minutes. I'm in Cherry Hill. 17 minutes I get to Cherry Hill. 14. I get 2 hours. 2 hours. I get in my car to Florida on a plane. I get on 16 minutes. I'm in Pennsauken. I'm in Pennsauken in 16 minutes, and that's door to door. I can get on a jitney, get to Wildwood, New Jersey, 1 hour and 7 minutes. There you go.
Wow. It's true, though. There are people who do that.
Wow, the bag's working.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you what. Side note, it's about 20 minutes to City Hydration from here.
Picture that bit.
Dude, listen, my dad was amazing at that. So my dad drove a truck for a living. He would say, "I'll be home in 7 minutes." He was home in 7 minutes. I mean, and it was never like
he would just sit outside with the truck on.
No, usually,
God damn it, I made it in 4 minutes.
Usually, people round it to the nearest 5 minute, right? So it's like, oh, I'll be there in a half hour. I'll be there in 25 minutes. My dad would be like, all right, I'll be there in 16 minutes, and it was always.
And they drive reckless back then. If your dad wanted to be right on time, he'd kill the whole family. No, it's 8 minutes away. Turning hard corners. But I do want to say this.
Please. Okay.
I got nothing.
No.
Hey, how's the podcast going?
My podcast got canceled. Thank you. I asked you not to bring it up when I got it before when I saw you in the hallway. The podcast is going great.
I'm a fan.
Is going great. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, you're all right. I'll tell you.
I'm getting my B12 bag.
See the bit you just 2 minutes, 4 minutes, just John filling in. Imagine that, but with 5 band members doing that. It's overwhelming.
You have a 5-piece band?
I have 3. I'll have 3 instruments and sometimes 2 fillers, like just bongos and a tambourine, because for the bits. Like
he has 3 guys, but some of the guys have 2 instruments, Preston.
Thank you, bro.
Who lives the closest to you? How many minutes away?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
He's doing a recall.
Todd, with the band, and I mean this is a total compliment, it's obviously rehearsed, but it seems like it's improv.
Do you know what? Can I tell you something?
Please.
I hope this is interesting to talk about on the radio, but people will know when they go see it. A lot of it isn't. Once, especially with John Brand Wagner, when he's with me, if he knows how to do it. Like you can ad lib more than you think.
That's great.
And they off the cuff. Just it's whenever I call on them, they're always there for whatever bit. It is a lot of fun having the band on the road. I feel like it's getting to do the best sketch.
Is this what you've always sort of dreamed about?
Yes,
having this vibe
great.
where you have sort of a traveling review or like a troupe of
just stand up with a band. It's like you get to play and it's fun. But anyway,
how much more expensive is this? You got these guys got to stay somewhere. They got to eat. You got to pay them.
You use a local. What I've learned, if John is
there are
just
hostels
one person,
all over the country.
He'll round up other musicians.
Use a local drummer. You can always teach 2, 3 local people, and so you're just bringing one person with you.
Should ask me, dude. I would have accompanied.
Do you know that Preston is we kid you not. Preston is a sensational drummer.
Well, but would you have wanted to do 6 shows?
Not at all.
Hell no.
Right.
No. I would have done one of them, though.
Well, you know what? You still can.
I got a gig on Friday night already, but yeah, maybe we can fit that in. We'll talk.
Well, listen, here's what I'd like to do. You'll do the Saturday. Oh, ready, I locked you. Saturday, you'll do both shows. I won't have it any other way. I'm 2 minutes from there, 6 minutes from there, sure.
How is Kimmel's? Are you doing it on the Kimmel set? You said you're at his club in Vegas.
Yeah, we shot it already.
And Jimmy is from Vegas and has always wanted to have a comedy club, and we hear nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, they did it. They did it really nice. Mostly what the showroom is very important, but also what is even more important is the green room. And he did the green room on his comedy club like it's at his show. Like his show is, there's nothing else like it. Like and I've been to like not perform. I haven't performed on the Tonight Show with Johnny, but I went to see someone that went and was there when Jay was there, and been to a lot of green rooms over the years. But Kimmel's is just this like own thing, and it's gigantic, and there's like food everywhere, and there's pool tables, and it's just a really fun green room.
Water served in glass pitchers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he loves comedians. He loves you. How long have you known him?
You know what? I know him, but don't know him. It's really weird. Like you know someone, but you don't know them. You don't see him that often, but you feel.
Did you find out he was a fan or what?
No, I knew. I when Sarah dated him, she would tell him, "You gotta have Todd on the show, but let him do bits.
Yeah,
like let him do different things." And that's sort of how I got to do it. To do different bits.
And you've been friends with Sarah for a long time, Silverman. Yeah.
Sarah used to sleep on our sofa. I used to live with a guy named Dave Rath. He's a manager, and then Sarah would come in from New York, and she would sleep on our sofa. And I always thought she was so cool. I don't know why. But she's
been great, and we know that she's part of the reason you're here on this planet today. Right?
You're right, right.
Yeah.
Well, really, she's probably the reason I almost died, because she was the one telling people I was okay. She was going, "No, he's just high. He's fine." Jeff Ross is the reason.
Jeff Ross.
By the way, along the lines of the people who always say how far away they live from things, how many minutes, there are also people who say who slept on their sofa too.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Mm-hmm. Preston, about 5 years ago, can I tell the story?
Please. I'm okay with it.
I bumped into him in the hallway. I was going around the corner, and I bumped into him in the hallway. And that was it. I said, "I'm sorry." I thought I was very, I wasn't like a jerk. He goes, "One day," he goes, "I don't care if it's 5 years. You're gonna say something, then I'm gonna call it back, and I'm gonna put it right in your face." And that's exactly, I guess and I thought he forgot about it.
He never forgets.
I thought that he
never forgets.
Do you think I'm performing good today? Do you think the people listening? Because I said I'm going with my A game. What's it say at the top of those notes?
2 minutes from 8 minutes. Oh, no, wait.
Preston and Steve.
Frame Dad's Body. Oh, well, Preston and Steve. I'm sorry.
A friend of mine, he told his wife, he saw how affectionate his wife was with the dog.
Okay.
So he just said, maybe half kidding, he goes, why don't you treat me more like the dog? So, and now every time he poops in the house, his wife squirts him with a water pistol. Which, by the way, is a humane way. I told somebody that story, and they go, does that work? I go, well, I think I heard it was a non-physical way to maybe train your dog if it's barking or something. I think I saw it on a show, which I like anything that creates non-physical for anything, human or dog or anything. I thought to squirt the water pistol. But let's say you have a dog, I thought of after I heard the water pistol thing.
Right.
The water pistol's not working. I mean, okay, you got to stop at one point. You can't have, like, if he's really a bad dog, you get, like, a fire hose. You're, like, just right over to the neighbor's yard.
Sure.
Oh, you act like you're trying to go, no, let me just squirt him a little bit. You open up that hose. The dog, right over to the neighbor's yard. You go, oh, I tried to just use the water to teach him, but he was
a bad dog.
I think he's somewhere. I can't see him. He's on a farm. We used to get rid of, not so many, but once in a while we'd have a dog growing up. You know, when you try to fix the story as you're telling it?
Yeah. We get rid of so many pets.
I don't want to make it look like out of proportion, but over the years, it probably 3 stories. And me and my brothers didn't honestly figure it out till we were older. I didn't even know it was a thing. We had a dog, and it would always go to a farm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
but the farm is put to sleep.
Yep. The dog, they put the dog down. They didn't want to break it to the kids' house.
No, there's a farm out there that's got a ton of dead dogs.
I think it's
they kill it.
I think a lot of times it's not always a parent that was doing anything wrong. The dog, they could have realized the dog was aggressive and not able to be.
Or for a kid, or the dog just gets sick and it's in pain or whatever, it has to be put down. It's easier to lie to your child.
Right.
Yeah.
He's, because when I first saw these 2 dogs in the park, I remember. I just realized I can't tell this joke.
You did?
And
I'll
tell you what it is. But when we get to the part that is the part I can't do, you're going to go, why would you even have thought you could ever?
Well, we egged you on, so we'll take the blame for it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That when I saw these, but this is a true story. It's a true story.
WMMR presents Kristen and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Iron Hill Brewery's top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers now available, and that's everywhere craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. All right, here's a messed-up story. Jamaican cult leader Kevin Smith, believe it or not, is his name.
Unfortunate.
Who has been in custody since last Sunday after 2 of his followers were killed in a human sacrifice ritual.
That's not good.
Died in a car crash. The accident took place on Monday morning while police were transporting Smith from Montego Bay to Kingston, where he was set to be formally charged in connection with the murders.
So he performed human sacrifices, and he dies in a car crash.
Yes. Superintendent Stephanie Lindsay told the Daily Beast that they were taking him to Kingston to be formally charged. It was an accident, and all 4 people in the vehicle received serious injuries.
Wasn't this a bitch? You try to do everything right.
2 died, a police constable and Mr. Smith, and the other 2 police officers are in critical condition. As head of his Pathways International Kingdom Restoration Ministries, Smith was arrested after police swooped down on his church in Montego Bay, in response to a report that a human sacrifice was taking place in the church, where more than 100 followers had gathered dressed in white robes. According to survivors, the ritual involved senior members of the church stabbing and slashing several congregants who were told that they'd be embarking on a heavenly journey. 2 of the church...
I don't want to do that.
2 of the church members were killed over the course of the ritual, and 1 was killed during the police raid on the property. On the day of the gruesome ordeal, Smith had posted to Facebook asking his congregants to leave their cell phones at home before heading to the church, warning them of an incoming flood. One of the members had reportedly snuck a phone in and called police after witnessing the horror of another congregant getting killed.
Dear God.
Milton
Brutal.
Ricketts, another source who knew Smith well, said that the troubling activities at Smith's church have been going on for years. He said the people have been brainwashed, including the children, and they've been taught things which are unscriptural, and that they have suffered damage in their souls. Apparently, Smith would demand his followers to take a knee when addressing him, asking them to refer to him as Crown Bishop at all times.
But you know, Preston, they have great beaches there.
Well, you have to think about the pros and cons, right? I thought this was cute. A set of parents in the UK wanted to surprise their son, Carter, who has ADHD, for his birthday. He told them he wanted to meet the iconic horror character Jason Voorhees, the serial killer, of course, from the Nightmare or
Friday the 13th,
Friday the 13th films. It says Halloween films.
But stupid.
Carter was thrilled to find Jason waiting for him outside the school gates recently, and Jason held his hand to walk him home.
I love seeing that. Somebody did a video with a kid being surprised by Michael Myers.
It was
And
great.
the kid sticks his arms out for a hug. Yeah,
It's awesome.
beautiful, yeah.
His parents had local makeup and special effects expert Tony Gartland take on the role for him.
My name is Jason Voorhees, it is.
An enterprising woman on TikTok has left viewers left them shocked after showcasing butter that she made from her own breast milk. A clip of the Dairy Queen's made-from-scratch bread spread captioned, "My crowning achievement," currently boasts 1.2 million views on the platform. She said, "I've done it. I've made butter out of my breast milk." She's a mom. Her name is Laura Hall, and then she pans to part of the creamy condiment inside a bag and says, "I don't know if I've ever been more proud. There's my butter, my utter butter."
Utter butter. Would you even... God, no. We tasted breast milk live on the show, and that you almost went out for that.
In subsequent tutorial clips, the mom demonstrates how she manufactures her margarine by leaving a jar of freshly pumped breast milk out until the fat separates and the cream ascends to the top, then skims off the cream and churns it with an electric whisk before finally straining the solids into a pat.
Have you ever had D-cheese, Preston?
Not.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard of it,
Yeah.
but no, I've never had it. So there have been mixed reviews within her household, per another video showing her taste testing the topping with her husband. While her soulmate claimed that he'd happily have his wife's butter on toast, Hall wasn't so high on her own supply. She said, "To me, it tastes like, when you burp and it kind of tastes like throw up back there."
Yeah, that's not a good sell.
Yeah, her utter butter also divided viewers online. So
How about just, buy butter?
And we're doing a quick one. One last story. Some people love the number 5, and the North Carolina Education Lottery said 10,726 tickets became winners when the Carolina Pick 3 drawing came up with the numbers 555.
Wow.
Lottery officials
10,000.
say the Tuesday evening drawing had the 555 result, earning $250 for players who purchased 50-cent tickets and $500 for players who purchased the $1 ticket. Collectively, the players won about $4.3 million in prize money from the drawing.
I'm in a very rare group, just one of 10,000.
But over 10,000 people picked 3 5s. And there you go, your bizarre file this morning. All right, let's take a break. And Kathy, we need a secret text word number caller, please.
13.
All right, caller number 13. If you know what the secret text word is, you need to give us a call right now, and we'll see if you win when we get back. 215-263-WMMR. We got trashy music news up next.
I'm not making up true story. When I was younger, I saw 2 dogs in the park, and they were going at it, humping each other.
Yeah, right.
And I asked my dad what they were doing, and he said, because he didn't know how to deal with stuff, and he just said, he goes, I remember, he said, they're playing a game.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just asked him, I go, I took a beat, like a little kid will, and I go, what's the game, And he said, it's effing. It's called, he said it. Yeah.
Did you watch the Golden Globes by any chance?
No, I did not.
Oh, because Ricky Gervais, he did a little bit of a monologue, and he had gotten to a joke where, we'll get you a water. And he had gotten to a joke where
just top off his bag.
That's so weird that you need water, but you've got the saline going through your body.
Did you hear what they said from
No,
City
I wasn't paying
Hydration?
attention.
So cleanly and brilliantly, she explained the difference between water that would make you thirsty and the hydration that would make you feel like I do right now. I feel like, can I tell you right now? I could bend steel. And I'm not thinking I'm not just thinking maybe I. Thank you very much.
All right,
thank you, Marissa.
Have you ever been on stage and you thought better of a joke that you were about to tell and had to hang a 180 away from it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Sometimes, you know what it will be? I'll be doing an old joke that I didn't realize. Just don't. I have a different relationship with what I say that comes out of my mouth. So I'll be like, I'll think of an old joke, but then halfway through I go, oh, that's not nice.
Right.
And I just want to stop. I'll just go, you know what? I don't need that joke anymore. I had a series called If you see a sign that says don't do it, it means somebody did it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's true. Because, they don't just put, if it says, I don't have to repeat the bit, but I will do one example from the old pile of part of this joke. For instance, if you see a sign that says no diving in the jacuzzi. Yeah, somebody dove into a jacuzzi, which, think about that, that's crazy.
Yeah.
A moron. Yeah. A moron. And I don't like to call people morons because if I'm so smart, why shouldn't I be so smart to just talk about people kinder? But I don't know the word for an And by the way, I hope this guy probably had a dad. You have children. You have people that love you.
Yeah.
Who are you to go, hey, I'm going to go dive into that jacuzzi?
Yeah.
So maybe you're better off.
Did you work at Dairy Queen? And
I
was
did
it
work at
Plymouth
Dairy
Meeting?
Queen, not to brag. But so when you talk about signs that, if there's a sign, I'm going to make full circle. Everyone's going to be proud of me. It's okay to get a little lost, but you got to deliver.
No.
So here's the point.
Yeah.
Right.
So the ice cream place, it says 3 sample limit. It doesn't say 4. It said 3 sample limit. And I thought about something. That tells a story. That tells 3 sample limit. You know what that story tells me? Look, lunatics come in different forms.
Yeah.
So when I use the word lunatic, people might go, lunatic? Yeah, that means a lunatic. Anybody that would go get 3 samples is a lunatic. Look, you certainly have problem with boundaries. If you're going to go, can I taste one? Can I get another? Can I get a third? Is there any stopping you? So that's what I think. That 4
is enough.
3 sample limit.
I think 3's too much.
I agree. Matter of fact, if I'm with people, 1, I'm okay with. You have to realize that not everyone's like you. People have a right to go get a sample of ice cream, Todd, even if it's something you're insecure about it. I say no sample. None.
Do you ever sample deli meat? I've seen people do that. Can I have a slice of that?
Oh, yeah. I've done that. I've tried cheese.
Right. So you can do that
like that.
occasionally, same thing.
Yeah.
You don't do 4 or 5 different types of.
I trust the relationship where I'm getting it, but in the right situation, definitely. In that situation, I could lie and go, no, I don't do it there either because I seem like a hypocrite. There's something different about the ice cream.
But they have the little spoons. That's what it's for.
You're one of those, aren't you?
What about?
Yeah. You're trying to gain the system. And so my kids are big. They love to do the free samples. I'll give them 1, and that is it. And it's only because they haven't been on the planet that long, so they haven't tried. If you're a 40-year-old man and you don't know what rum raisin tastes like you know.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And if it's at the yogurt place where you do it yourself in a little cup, all right, you're not. That's fine. Go over in the corner, have a ball. But where they have to scoop it for you. So I have a different standard for if you're doing it yourself at least because it's not making someone else do it.
Sure.
And for kids, of course, it should. Yeah, whatever a kid wants to do.
They're our future.
Yeah.
You got to teach them well, Steve, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that you can sometimes be in between flavors, or maybe there's one you've never tried before. Or I say that not every rum raisin is the same, sir.
Okay.
There are a lot of places that make their own ice creams, and I would like to try that.
Preston's dessert of choice is ice cream.
Sometimes you look at rum raisin; it is a very clear, milky white look. Other times it's kind of brownish. I wonder how that one tastes as opposed to the other.
I'm
one
gonna
I've had.
not to be a wishy-washy with my opinion, but to prove that I could change my opinion, I'm changing my stance. I'm gonna say
4 samples.
A lot of it's just with the demeanor, and you're matter of fact about it.
Yes.
Hey, could I try talk to the person? You have to go. You don't have to make.
I hate to be an imposition.
Yeah.
I'm a little wishy-washy here. Yeah. I just had an IV bag.
You're right. Not all are the same. So I guess really. It's a case-by-case situation. So Casey was wrong, and what you said to especially Preston was disrespectful.
I apologize.
And I'm, as a fan of the show and honored to be here, I'm not trying to kiss anybody's tuchus. I thought you were way out of line.
I was way out of line. What are your thoughts on free samples? Because you see it at the fudge kitchen,
the mall.
Costco. You can go around and spend an hour trying the samples.
Costco. I got in trouble at Costco. That's when I realized the world people are crazy.
Yeah.
I had a
World War II wasn't an indicator.
Well, that's like, and by the way, this does make sense. Please remind me to get back to what I did at Costco.
Okay,
but it does have to do with you said
World War II?
Nazis?
Yeah,
what did you do at Costco?
Okay. World War II.
World War II.
Hitler.
Ice cream samples.
Someone told me that Hitler, this is a true story, that they told me this, whether it's true or not, it's true, I don't know.
Okay.
But they said Hitler ate a piece of cake every day. Isn't that crazy? I told my friend, I don't think it's the craziest thing about him.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a Claude.
You do. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak
What's
to
you
that.
were traveling all day yesterday.
I was.
What's hairy though?
I was to say they handle everything.
They
And
hairy your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it hairy.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and hairies it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too. So we were chatting last night, and Kath shared a story with us about a friend who had a doctor's appointment, I think it was, Kathy?
Yeah, it's like a televisit, a telemedicine visit.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Zoom conferencing and all that stuff, and maybe speaking to relatives and so on. And
framing a shot.
Yeah, framing a
so
shot.
that you're seen.
My mom she's always laying down when I talk to her, and she holds, I guess, we have a thing called the gram pad, which is like an iPad, and she holds it down low. And so I always get this shot going up. It looks like a looming, intimidating camera angle, but she only frames in part of her chin, and that's all that I see. So we're all coping with different.
Yeah, you love them. And
situations.
obviously, the grandpad has been a godsend, but you would like to see the full face of the woman who gave birth to you.
But listen to this. So
Yeah.
Kathy's friend had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, she had a doctor's appointment, and it was, over the computer. And so she just assumed they would be like chatting and talking about, I guess, whatever it is the checkup was for.
What kind of doctor is this?
So the doctor was with her gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And so she was trying to explain something to her. And finally, at one point, the gynecologist said, you know what, you're going to have to show me.
Oh, my God.
And so she took her pants off and straddled the computer.
Oh, my
Preston,
God.
though, she was at work.
I was like, what? Oh, wait, back up. I was like, what? You had to show her? And she was like, yeah. She's like, listen, I've been going to her for years. Like, so it was okay. It was fine. So I even texted my neighbor who's a gynecologist, and I said, do you do this with your patients? And she's like, well, no, we don't. But she's like, I guess some people do.
Well, okay, so so with televisits have become a thing, and the discussion is if this is going to be something. Dr. Mike seems to think it's going to be
ongoing. Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
to be
really
honest,
do.
if you can just go, I have this rash on my arm instead of driving across.
Here's your copay now. Call in my prescription.
Call it in. You got this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you can clear waiting rooms and stuff for people with more serious things, that's a positive.
Listen, there was it was more in the thick of COVID when things were a little bit more touchy, and not that it's gotten any better, but our fear of it was a little bit stronger a little while back, and so I had a teleconference with a specialist whom I would regularly go into the waiting room and wait minimum hour and a half past my appointment schedule, and this one right on time, done deal, in and out. It was so easy to do.
If you can do it now
I had to show him my butthole. But other than that, it was okay. No,
hold it up there. Yeah. But I would say this then, right? If you're going to call your gyno, and this is the one who is. Maybe call on your phone for ease of use. So you can hold it down, right, Preston?
Right.
It's harder to put your iMac up to your cooter,
Oh,
right?
my God.
I mean, to me.
I think it was just jumped over it. And
I'm not going to ask what was the issue, but did it get it done? Was it?
Oh yeah, I see it right there. Yeah, it looks like Ida.
Oh right, I don't know. I didn't go further into the conversation. I was just shocked that.
How did that get in there?
She actually had to do that.
Steve, like anything else that we've seen in COVID times, we've seen some industries have had a boom because there's now demand, maybe like at-home stirrups and stuff like that.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Could end up being an industry.
Time for my appointment.
Absolutely. You know what you do? Just take the Casey. You're a cyclist. Just get on your bike and put them up on the handlebars.
You could do that.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Carl. Carl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what up, oranges? Oh, wait, no, you're triangles.
Wait a minute. What was that from?
What is that from?
It was me. When Casey was talking about that dumb Cracker Barrel game.
Oh, that's
the game. What's up, Carl?
We always mess up our shapes and colors. It's all good.
Yes, yeah.
So I had what I thought was a weird bulge in my belly button area, and I thought, this is kind of weird. I should tell a nurse. Like, my sister's a nurse, so she said, you have to send us a picture and we can look at it. So I'm like, how am I going to take a belly button selfie? I work in a machine shop. Yep. So I'm standing there with...
And Bordentown or online at libertysafesnj.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Jamie Lynn Spears releasing her memoir soon, in which she says her parents wanted her to get an abortion when she was just 14. Jamie Lynn says she remembers being stunned because she wasn't pregnant. So
wow.
Olivia Munn raising eyebrows by appearing on a podcast recently and discussing her baby-to-be, but never once mentioning the baby daddy, John Mulaney. Sources close to the couple say that whatever's happening between the two, both Olivia and John are committed to raising the child as a baby.
Oh, my God.
Excuse me, and former Bachelor host Chris Harrison announcing he's engaged to television personality Lauren Zima. Harrison says he's seen many proposals on The Bachelor over the years, and he's learned that when you find that special woman, put a ring on it, then take the ring off and bang her friend.
Oh, wow.
And that's your Hollywood trip.
All right, let's go to the phone, see if we can find out where Princess Diana Spencer once worked. And we will go to Mike for the answer. Yo, Mike.
How are you doing, gentlemen?
Hey, we're wonderful, bud. All right, where did Princess Diana once work?
At Spencer's.
Spencer. Yeah! Hence the name. Yeah, Mike, hang on. We'll get your info, and we are going to supply you with a Blu-ray combo pack of visionary filmmaker M. Night Shyamalan's chilling, mysterious thriller, Old. And you can own it now on digital, 4K Ultra HD, Blu-ray, and DVD, and it features all new bonus content. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by KGL. They are testing a topical treatment for facial acne on teens and young adults with moderate to severe acne. If qualified, you may be paid up to $350. KGLSkinStudyCenter.com for more information. We'll start with the band Bring Me the Horizon. They're going to play an intimate show at the Whiskey A Go-Go in Los Angeles next Wednesday. Tickets are on sale now at the band's website. The venue holds only 500 concert goers. They recently wrapped up their UK arena tour last month.
Wow.
So now just coming to this very small venue for a special show. So if you're going to be in LA, get your tickets. Dave Grohl credits MTV airing Nirvana's Smells Like Teen Spirit video for kickstarting the phenomenon surrounding the band's 1991 Nevermind album. While promoting his new memoir, The Storyteller, on PBS, Dave said when that video came out, all of a sudden, the 300 capacity clubs had 300 more people outside, and then 500 capacity had 500 more people outside. And it came down to the point where I would sit down on my drum stool, and the first thing I would do is look around for an exit. He'd be like, okay, there's going to be a riot. How am I going to get out of here?
Yeah.
He went on to say, but it was the video. He said, and I think that not only the song was great, Kurt's lyrics, his voice, Kurt was the greatest songwriter of our generation, but that video, he said, I always say, you want to sell 500,000 records? Make a video where you're burning down your high school. And then one last story, Led Zeppelin has finally come to TikTok. TikTok users can now create videos soundtracked to any song from the band's full discography.
That's interesting.
Encompassing over 100 total songs across the band's entire studio and live studio catalog.
That's the perfect music to eat Tide Pods to.
Oh, yeah. Including such legendary tracks as Hold On Love, Stairway to Heaven, Immigrant Song, Rock and Roll, Black Dog, Ram-Along, Kashmir, and many others. The band has also launched its own official TikTok account, which is at Led Zeppelin. Featuring Zeppelin artwork and graphics, classic live performances, and other video content. Short music news for you this morning, but I want to reward you because I'm going to give you the final $25 gift card from Gridiron Pub. This is where tomorrow night we're going to be having the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff party. We'll take caller number 9, 215-263-WMMR, and we will set you up. And Brett Porsche will be there tomorrow night. They're in Aston on Bethel Road, 506 Bethel Road. And make sure you stop by because you can watch the big games on their 70-inch TVs along with a 25-foot projection screen so that you won't miss any of the action. So give us a call right now and we'll set you up with that. We'll take a break, come back in a second, and we're giving away our Word of the Week prize when we return. Stay put.
My new phone, with the camera facing me, was holding my shirt up with my chin, trying to take a picture in the middle of this welding machine shop. And my boss comes over. He goes, "Am I disturbing anything?" I said, "No." I said, "I'm just trying to take a picture of my belly button," which was an even dumber response because I should have just said, "Hey, I think I have a hernia."
Mm-hmm.
So, I got the right angle. I didn't have to straddle the phone, thank God, but they did wind up sending me to the hospital, and I did have an umbilical hernia.
Wow. So it worked. It ended up being the thing that needed to be done. Okay.
You should just told your boss it was for your OnlyFans page.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, belly buttons only. I had to have emergency surgery. It was like my belly button, so it saved my life.
No, so there you go. So and that saved you the time. They could diagnose it right over there and get you in for something more serious. But still, I guarantee you, there are people who, inopportune moments, the door opens up and you have the iPhone up your ass.
Right.
What is this, Doc?
Here's a text that says, I almost broke my penis having sex. We've heard of that before. And had to do a Zoom call and show the doctor. It was awkward at first, but she's seen many penises, he says.
But it was his dentist. No, but that's rather common. And if something like that could be taken care of, you know what? Would you feel? Let me ask you. You're in the privacy of your own home. Would you feel even more comfortable in the confines of your own home? You're not in a doctor's office.
I think that the fact that they might be, what might be in the back of someone's mind is this being recorded?
Totally.
Yeah. And can somebody else get their hands on this type of thing?
Of course it's being recorded.
So, listen, I've gotten used to dropping trow and letting whatever doctors need to do whatever they need to do. And I never look forward to it, obviously, but it doesn't bother me now, but it may have at another age.
I think for me, it represents a whole new possibility. As you said, Preston, if you go and you're sitting in the office for an hour and a half and you have a time and you've got things to do during your day and so what could be done in 10 minutes takes 2.5, 3 hours. To me, that's a win.
I'm wondering to what extent it'll be because when you go in for almost anything, a couple of things they almost always do are weigh you, check your temperature, just to get a basic vibe on your overall well-being. So I wonder if they're able to, when we return to normal, if they would be able to overlook those couple of things. You know what I mean?
Well, there are things now, by the way, and this is part of where the industry is going, and I saw an article on this, where you would actually have, whether it be through your Apple Watch or your phone, or you'd take your temperature. It would send the data to the doctor in real time, and your vitals, your blood pressure, however, even like a remotely controlled cuff or something.
Be cool.
That'd be able to do it. So yeah.
In order to skip the hassle of going to the doctor, I'd be happy with that in a heartbeat,
Listen,
man.
What if you had something that had to be removed and the doctor talked Rochelle through it?
Oh my God!
Would you? Right? Would you be up for that?
I would have complete confidence.
I mean, she's so good with the YouTube stuff.
Here is a text that says, I have eczema on my hands, which is fairly new. I couldn't control it and did a Zoom meeting with my doctor, and he said, I don't think it's staph. Which triggered me, so I went. No, I think they might have said, I think it's staph, which triggered me, so I went to a dermatologist and did indeed have MRSA.
Wow.
Whoa. So they had seen that. Wow, okay.
I mean, that sometimes that's all it takes, but the notion of someone straddling their computer.
I mean, seriously, I couldn't get over it. I was like, really?
Well, are there USB cameras that you can, right? Maybe you want to have one at the ready. If you're calling your gynecologist.
Well,
A little ring light that attaches to your thigh.
See, no, that's what I was going to say. She goes, well, I do have the ring light set up anyway for when I do, conference calls and stuff like that. She's like, so it was there anyway. So she had a light. She literally shined a light.
Yeah. I guess you want to know what's wrong with you? Then
I mean, all right. Can you the microphone? Could you please make sure that's inside there?
No, I'm losing signal.
If there was if I had to do this, I would have to try and create like a perspective that made everything like look
bigger,
or maybe.
Are you getting it all in the frame? Because I got a whopper here, Doc.
It would have to do something where,
like an anamorphic lens.
Yeah, or all right. So you know how, like, if you're trying to take a picture of evidence, and you don't know Like you lay a
something for
dollar bill next to it, so it gives it
So
perspective.
here's what you do, Case. When you're going to your urologist and your junk is being displayed, get the people who take the pictures of the houses for Zillow.
Yes.
They always make them look much bigger.
Yeah.
No, Case is going to go out and he's going to buy a dollar bill that's a third the size of a regular dollar bill. See? Just make sure like your hands aren't in the picture too, because then you look like you have these huge giant hands.
Do you ever see like the guys who hold like the TV remote up against their junk, like and like, come on. But they should market all sorts of ultra tiny, and you use like a little doll hand to hold it.
Right. Miniature tennis racket or something like that. My God,
I'm so big.
Little Women star Florence Hughes is shutting down criticism over the age gap between her and her boyfriend, Zach Braff. She's 24, he's 44.
That's 20 years.
And here's how it went down. She posted a shot of herself, and he commented with a princess emoji, and a follower remarked, "You're 44 years old." And she responded, "And yet he got it." There you go.
That's awesome stuff.
Yeah,
I love that kind of byplay on social media. And yet he got it.
And yet he got it. Wow.
I'm in Little Women. I'm so little.
Zach Braff.
Let's see. Little Women already did that one.
Little Women, you came back. You made a mistake.
I did.
It's okay. Little Women make mistakes too.
Let's go over Vanessa Hudgens. She gave recent ex Austin Butler a taste of what he's missing on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so help me out with this. All right, so
anything on Instagram is awesome.
She posted a series of shots of herself in a suit.
In like a three-piece.
Which is cool. Real quick, Connor asked me to do. You know what? I'll do this after we get the letter of the day, real quick. Because Sarah Parker is here.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba-to-da-ba-to-ba-ba-ba-doo got-got-bop-it-out.
Oh, my God. That's pretty close.
I can go home now.
Verbatim.
Yes.
Well, you are going to be filling in for the man that gave us that gift.
For 3 days. So I had to practice.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Well,
We had a
another
good
thing he
time.
does is give our letter of the day. You prepped?
I can do it.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
W as in whiskey.
All right, we're going to take call number 3 at 215-263-WMMR, and we are going to set you up with our Word of the Week prize if you know the Word of the Week. Connor wanted to give a shout out to his friend Renee Pagano.
Yes.
Who just passed her bar exam last week. I said after waiting since July when she took the test, she is now a lawyer. She worked extremely hard for this, and the hard work has paid off. When she graduated law school in the spring, she asked for a shout out, and I said, "We'll see once you pass your test." But now she has passed. Now Renee is his lawyer. He's Connor's lawyer.
Oh, that's very cool.
Renee is Connor's
Very
lawyer,
nice.
so that's cool, man. She is, I should say. All right, so congratulations to you.
So if he ever needs to, he can say, "I'm going to call my lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm going to have
Yeah.
my lawyer contact you."
And then, Preston, you know somebody named Joe and Suzanne Pulizzi?
Oh, yeah.
All right, it's their birthday today. So happy
What?
birthday to those guys.
They share the same birthday.
I guess so. That's from your wife.
Joe is our buddy Joe from Lorenzo's.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, there you
Giuseppe. That is him. So cool, man. Happy birthday to you guys. Sarah, what's up on the program today?
Well, first, I want to congratulate you because I know I'm the very first person to do so on getting into the Radio Hall of Fame, the Preston and Steve show. I know you guys are jetting out to go to that right after this, but listening to you for decades, which is interesting to fathom since I was a wee child, and then working for you for a few years as a production assistant and learning so much from you, and now being able to work alongside of you. You know, what we do is really fun, but it's hard. Like, there's a lot of effort that goes into it. There's so much emotional labor that people don't see. So this is really well-deserved, and I just hope that you enjoy every single second of receiving that award tomorrow.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Sarah.
Very
Of
sweet.
course, and safe travels and all of that. Back at the ranch, we're going to be giving away some Coldplay tickets for their show at Pancake wrote down Lincoln Park on June 8th, as Pierre refers to it. Pierre, that is, had a chat with Chris Voss of the record company, and that band is in town tonight, so I believe we're going to play a block and some clips from that interview, which will be on WMMR.com. Also a block of Duran Duran for Simon Le Bon's 63rd birthday, and a block of the Stones as well.
Excellent.
Nice.
You mentioned Pancake wrote it down. I find that you and him
He
have
works for me.
I was just going to say, you guys have an interesting relationship.
That's right. Oh, my God.
Actually, I was looking at the Pierre's planner ahead of time, and today is, I believe it's Cranky Coworkers Day, and I was like, nobody tell Pancake, because then he'll be able to get away with being.
I can understand the frustration. All right, we're going to go to our caller. It is Craig, who's our third caller. Hey, Craig, good morning.
Guess what I get to do?
That's uncanny.
More sedate.
Craig, what is our word of the week?
It's new.
Cuckoo Cuckoo.
Great day in the morning!
You got it, man. Craig, I want you to hang on the line. We are going to give you a Revivalist Spirits gift basket, including Revivalist Botanical Gin, Equinox Expression, Resurgent Young American Bourbon, Peachy Palmer Cocktail in a Bottle, which is a peach Arnold Palmer made with Resurgent Bourbon, and a $25 gift card to the Brandywine Bistro. And you can, Revivalist Spirits, by the way, won the USA Today 2020 Top 10 Craft Gins in the Country Award. And Pennsylvania residents, you can have it safely delivered to your door. Go to revivalistspirits.com for details. Got to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also, Acme. You can download the Acme app to see your all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. And Trinity Rehab. Have nagging pain you can't get rid of? Trinity Rehab can help. Go to trinity-rehab.com for information. Next week, tomorrow on the program, because we'll be playing back some segments, Jake the Snake, Louis Anderson, Nickelback, to name a few. And next week, The Camp Out for Hunger. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.